Hello everyone, welcome to this channel. I am Lily, and in this video I'm making the continuance of the tutorial about how to survive migration with a hardcore 200 plus population tribe to start a sedentary life. I'm going to show you how I start a large hardcore tribe and also how I incorporate all farming needs within 3 years after I have settled. I will show you how you can play so you will not have a single member leaving you while you are building and setting up the village. After approximately 3 years or so, the wild produce will be so low that you can only rely on approximately 20 to perhaps max 30% of your food income to come from the wild produce. So the farms must take care of the rest, otherwise we are dead. We are, after all the changes that has been made, at the soft cap of how large a sedentary population that can be sustained by wild and cultivated foods. So we must use all our ways to survive, including sneaky raids and trades. Next week I will also make a tutorial about how to survive migrating with a 400 plus population, non-sedentary Mesolithic tribe without losing any members at any point. But first, let's get on with this one. Right, so we have just managed to get enough food for several days. And now we are going to go far and let the tribe sleep, removing all the lack of housing unrest. We need to pay attention that we don't keep walking when the day breaks. We want to walk short when the day breaks because we do not want to waste any time walking. This is always a problem. I can never seem to get it precise, but there you go. Go on, Lily, just clunk it down. You're roughly where you want to be. You can move, you know, when you land. Right. So I will also, of course, be doing a lot of patch notes, explanations, and go over a few things. And also the new system seemed to confuse a few with regards to service points, which is also why I made the tutorial. But it is not self-explanatory always, to be honest, because I feel that sometimes they leave the queue a bit too early and chooses to go work far edge of the map a bit too early, and they come home starving. So I don't particularly like that. Anyway, everything is being tweaked all the time, isn't it? So like with the tutorial, what you do first is you chunk down between 4 to 8 graves. When you have over 200 population, there will always be someone dying within a few days of each other, so don't wait with it, just get it down. Also, some offerings is always a good idea. Right, and then we need to get some pelt huts. A lot of people don't build pelt huts, they build directly other things. But anything to get away any growing lack of housing unrest is a good idea. It doesn't matter what it is. Fireplace, pelt hut, small straw hut, anything to get it away. Is that an active beehive? Better build next to it anyway. Right, so I'm just going to let tribe take care of most building to start with. So let's. This is where I want to have the religion, the menhirs and stuff, and then we can place a ton of fireplaces to cover the rest of the tribe. That will be removed bit by bit, but I want to make it so that I take away a part of the fireplaces and have storage areas inside, and then housing outside of it so crafters can sit there. Also, of course, going to make benches for them. So this should be good enough, yeah. And then we go all the way around. The point is, nobody should sleep out in the open after roughly day 4. Okay, that's a bit misalignment here. You gotta go. You gotta go and be replaced with this one. Right, okay. So the biggest change, of course, is the optimization, which is what all the patches lately have been called. It's the optimization and the increase of frames per second and less lagginess. To be quite honest, I never really had any issues, to be honest, until I reached over 400 with a ton of things built. So I'm not the best to test those things, but I have to admit I do think that the game is smooth, even if it's just 30 frames, even if it's 20, even down to 10 when I have 500 people. I still have a smooth game. Anyway, let's continue here. So let me see. Okay, so the limits are maxed because we have a really old tribe leader. Almost said raid leader, but that's World of Warcraft, isn't it? Yeah. Let's see. Let's get some priority on these. We do have a few lovely hazelnut trees very close by, I saw. So the starter feast should be fairly easy to achieve. So we lowered all the food again in hardcore because I felt it was too easy to stay sedentary with 400 plus population in hardcore. You shouldn't really be able to do that. I don't know why they changed it in the first place. They gave more food to hardcore, and I don't know why they did that, but I of course got it back down again because hardcore is supposed to be hardcore. You're not supposed to be managing as easy as you are doing beginners and expert. Not like I have a decision right, but I did win the bet, so the hardcore is my baby. Yeah, so I make a lot of decisions on hardcore because I won the bet. So that was a mistake that the devs never should have done. Should never made a bet with me when it comes to things that has to do with the gameplay. Anyway, right, let's get down some baskets because we want to start focusing as well on the farms. We cannot wait several years to get the farms up. By year 3, max 4, you must have all farms up to cover your population. So I said it a bit in the intro, the rough calculation percentage wise of what the farms needed to cover. I think if you drag it out and say between 65 to 75, you should be there and thereabouts. The problem is you need to make it work with the reduction that is coming with the years as they go by. So there will be some hardship. I'm pretty sure of that, which is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be hardship. So I'm going to make my builder groups. The first one is going to take care of all the housing, or the big housing, or the ones that are high quality, because the really low quality, they will be deleted in the end, or dismantled. So, and you guys are going to take care of the baskets. Okay. That's nicely written there, Lily. You guys. There you go. I'm doing all the big storehouses, and you guys are going to do all the fencing. Because I don't want the entire tribe to drop what they're doing for me to add 5 million fences. And I want to add 5 million faces in one go. So there. There's always more than one way to roam. Okay. So I've had 6 builders on 100 baskets. So I tested how many they could manage. So they can actually manage 100 baskets, 6 between them, if you don't go out of material. So you need to have a higher income of plant fiber, because you will also need it for your rope industry. Rope industry is the new thing that you need if you are going to have in majority either small fence or the normal fence, because they will need rope to be built and repaired. But the good thing is they last a lot longer than the usual 6 months on the normal fence. So it is a good thing overall, even though we are using the more rare materials. But this is why we have flax farms, because flax farms' foremost priority is, of course, fiber, and the byproduct is the grains, which, if we ever get any livestock, we will feed to them. I have noticed that when you start in 10k BC and then enter the Neolithic era, you either get very few livestock, or you have to wait a really long time before you get any. But if you start in the Neolithic era, and then you get a lot immediately, you always get like at least 4 or 5 within the first year. And we are now in 5k BC, and we have none. But we did just get farming, so it will come. I'm sure of it. However, when it will come, no clue. Okay, so let the builder groups take care of these bigger ones. There you go. So now we made a start. So just let people work in peace. So we have approximately between 2 to 4 days before people get so annoyed with you for not having proper sleeping arrangement that they will start to leave. So you need to get up so that people can rotate on where they are sleeping, so that will calm down people's unrest, along with having lower work hours, lower work age, and of course offerings. Allow people time to pray, because that will help a lot. Right, so let's get started. There are of course more changes. Of course, oops, not there, not too close. There are changes to the farming as well. We now have 900 cell farms with a max of 56 farmers. So we did a lot of testing on this, and on fast you do actually need 30 farmers per farm in order to complete in time, but that is with medium to high agricultural skills. We have very low, we have 5% because we just started, so it is going to be very hiccupy. Is that a word? Well, it is a word now. It's going to be very hiccupy the first few years until people get higher agricultural skills and learn to do the work a lot faster, because they definitely need to do that. And there is no way we can manage with less than 6 maxed out farms with mixed crop. We need to have at least 1 for flax, because as you can see later as well in daytime, there's barely any fiber here. In the rivers, there's barely any reed, because you're hardcore and you're being punished severely. So everything is like 75 or even more, 75% reduced in comparison to beginners, which is the way it should be. Right, let's get these farms assigned and labeled. Wait a minute, do I have 2 Ps? I know why, because the new colors on the wheat is also green. Although it is, I can't even type today. So even though it's correct, the colors, it is too close for me. So I need to get used to that. The wheat is now also greenish. See? I got tweaked. Told ya. Okay. Flax needs to be down as well, because we need help, or we want help at least. So we don't exhaust the locality. We want help with the fiber. We don't want to do it all only by gathering. It's going to be empty in no time. Right, so as I'm placing down all the farms, I'm also seeing very quickly if there are any hazelnut trees or any food bushes there, because then I will take away those cells that would demand this to be either cropped or chopped or removed. Yeah, they are fairly easy to recognize, the hazelnut trees. They are fairly distinctive. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, so this is night. Is it night 1 or 2? Anyway, so we do have a few days before people start to really complain a lot. But they will already have one type of unrest. They got that immediately on night 1, and that is lack of proper housing. So everyone should be on plus 34, but nobody should be overworked yet, because the work hours are on default. Unless, here's another thing, unless they do overtime. So keep an eye on the people who are doing, for instance, the mud gathering, because they tend to keep going until their inventory is full. And if they are children, they tend to be extremely hungry and tired when they come home. So we need to make sure that we are not killing our children with work. So it is creepily realistic, even though it is annoying. Yeah, and of course the new thing, lock down your bones. We don't want people to eat bones, because the second they eat bones, we have combination unrest. People's faces will turn red, and that is basically that they are ready to leave. So they removed the notification that people are threatening to leave. They only have it now via the angry faces on the individual. So that's fine. That's fine. You just have to pay attention to your people. That's all there is to it. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll get those down. Still have plenty of food. Don't have to worry about that at all. So the first year we should get 4 farms going, because it does take time to clear everything, because they have to clear the entire land, including all the grass, all plants, before they even start tilling. So we can't just place down a farm and think that, oh yeah, they will start tilling immediately. They won't. They will clear the farm first, and they need to clear 900 cells. So yeah, one big farm at a time, at least for each group, that is. Look at all the trees that needs to be chopped. We might want to help them out a bit. Let me see. Yeah, helping you out. And you. I can't remember where you started. Can we see? Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Okay, so just let them work a bit in peace. Yeah, so the rope industry. We did have initially that they needed more rope to be built and repaired, and with that also that they took longer before they needed repair. But since people asked for the ropes to go down in amount needed, you also have decreased the repair times between each time. So they need quicker repair than the 27 original months, but it's still better than it used to be. It still takes longer to need repair than it used to. So all in all, it is an improvement for us players. But we do need more rope, of course. Okay, that's the threshers down, and we just need to wait for the baskets to get done as well. Right, so as you can see, I do not have, since I don't have enough Neolithic influence in the tribe, I cannot make ovens or mills yet. And you might actually be wondering, why am I building either flax farms or wheat farms? The answer is simple: because it's hardcore. If you can manage to keep the unrest from growing, at least the combination unrest, you can feed them what you like. But if they already have one unrest, they will get double. They will get the combination, which you need to be very careful about. But we do need everything we can get of food, otherwise we are going to have a famine. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we have some really close encounters before everything is up and running to sustain your tribe, because things are not done in one day. Because what the devs also have done is that they have increased the time it takes to build and repair stuff. Part of the reason for this is, of course, hardcore should be a pain in the you-know-where. It should be stressful, and it is at times, especially if you have a large tribe, and because it can help people to keep their knowledge, because when you build and you repair, you are building knowledge. So this is something that I feel has constantly been an issue with the knowledge system, that you always have to create tasks and plenty of them in order for people to learn. So there are reasons behind everything they do, of course. Doesn't mean that I love them all, you know. I do protest, and a lot of things that has been done to the game has been reverted, because the devs are having their plan. They made these plans for whatever they were going to do. They have several years planned ahead. But there's a small area they are lacking, which is where we players come in. We actually play the game, you know. We are the ones who get the feel for the gameplay, the fluency of the game. How is it actually to play it? Where's the balance? Is there a balance, and how can we maintain it? How can we find it? How can we keep it, etc.? And this is where we come in, we players. We need to say that, okay, this is backwards, or this is not going to help, especially new players, etc., etc. All these things. And I've kind of been doing that on a fairly high scale since I started voicing my opinions and my feedback to the developers. And everybody does it in a larger or smaller degree. I just wish that everyone would be doing it more actively. If you've had say you've had a Saturday night, you've been sitting and you've been playing, you could tell the devs what you find really good, and you could tell the devs where you were struggling, what could they improve. But we also need to consider that if you're playing hardcore, there is very little that you say that will change my mind about how hard it should be. Fair warning. But beginners and expert is free for all. Everyone can make decisions there, or influence the development, make changes, ask for changes, ask for everything. And you can see that the developers are always listening to the community. They change things all the time for the community, but they do not change too much in hardcore, because I will protest. Just saying. It's supposed to be painful, and it can be. But most of the time I find it refreshing that it is so hard. I don't want it easy. So there's that. Right, let me see. Let's get up labor age, because we need people to all hands to the pump, because we need to clear and do the farms. They must be more or less done. At least the food farms must be done. I need people to learn agriculture better, so I'm not going to pause the pea farm even though we have 0 seeds for it. People will get skills, and we have enough food to allow people to do the clearing and the tilling without even planting, because they will learn agriculture skills. So yeah, so you need to fiddle a bit with your policies to start with, to make sure that basically it is all hands to the pump when we are clearing, because clearing can take an entire day. So if you are playing fast, you need to make sure that you have enough food for at least 2 years on hardcore, otherwise they will not manage to get the farms up before famine hits them. There's a lot of considerations, a lot of things that needs to go well together in hardcore for things to be all right. It doesn't mean there will not be hardship. There's always hardship, which is good. Unless you got a baby tribe, then you can get away with everything, really. It is actually easier for me to have a 400 population hardcore Mesolithic tribe than it is for me to have a 250 max population Neolithic hardcore tribe, because the farms yield so little, and the effect of losing food as years go by, when the wild produce goes down in amount, depending on how much you harvest, it makes it extremely difficult to survive on the whole. So I wouldn't be surprised if we are fairly close to famine on several occasions. I estimate roughly every spring we will be sweating to get enough food, and this is where we are going to be a bit smart. We are actually going to plan a bit ahead before we start having issues with food, and we're going to go steal it and trade it, for the period between end of planting and until we can harvest the first produce. So it's all a balancing act to do what is needed when it is needed. But I'm also still learning the new system. The 900 cell farms have only been in testing for a small week. I haven't played for weeks on this. Just make sure that people can actually manage it on so and so many people. before the time is up, which is why we have the numbers we have on the farms. So the farms will let you know the maximum amount of people you're allowed to have on that farm. So if you put the priority on max, you will have the max based on the size, and on 900 cell farms you have 56. Yeah, so depending on the size of your farm, you will have a maximum amount of work spots that you can use to farm. And that's what I have been doing the last week before this release came out yesterday. That is to make sure that all players in all difficulties and all speed modes could finish all farms on default with medium high agriculture. So to start with, you need to increase your priority on your farms and then adjust your groups to fit, because you also need to remember, which is really difficult to test on to get any accurate numbers because all tribes are different. So we need to remember that in the start it will take more people are slower because they have lower agriculture skills, and you also need to consider people's attributes. Are people clumsy when they go do the farms? Are they wasting a lot of your seeds? Are they extra slow? All these attributes, dumb, slow, clumsy, these can lower their productivity. So just keep in mind there are no exact 100% numbers. You need to adjust based on how your tribe behaves, how your tribe gets results, what kind of results your tribe gets. On hardcore, this is a must, and beginners and expert need to do this to a certain degree as well. The thing is, you won't kill your tribe if you make this mistake, but you will kill your tribe if you make it in hardcore, because there's no way you can survive after year 3, 4 or even 5 with not getting the farming right. Okay, so let's get a few of the things that can slow farms down is standing in line and having to walk for a long time to find either seeds or to change tools. Because remember, when they are clearing the land, they need tools to clear the land. So get those tools close to the farms. You need the stone sickles and also the bifaces. And then you of course need the wooden spears. The wooden spears should only be needed by your farms. You should by this time already have bows, flint spears and harpoons for your fishermen and your hunters. So they should not be allowed to take any of the wooden spears. So you also need to calculate exactly so that your craftsmen can manage to keep up the number of wooden spears needed per year before you start farming. Because if you start farming with too few tools, I guarantee you will not be done. You can have 600 people if you like, but if you only have 150 wooden spears, there will be no tilling. Just saying, keep that in mind. Yeah, so let's say beautify our graveyard a little bit, because people go now to mourn the dead. They go sit by the graves, you know, find some solace and some solitude, and just you know, reminiscing about their dead loved ones, much like we do in real life, isn't it? You find comfort going to where they are buried or interred, for that matter, right? Okay, so we have placed all the seeds close by. We have placed the tools everyone needs close by. We placed them in several storage areas, because then they don't need to all go for the same storage. They go for the various ones. Everything that can save time with regards to your farmers on hardcore is a necessity, especially if you want to max out the soft cap population, which is between 200 and 250. Anything above is going to be very, very difficult to achieve, unless you are one of those players that fiddle with your files and make a lot more food than the game actually has. So I use nothing. I use no mods except my own mod, which is the torch. I do use sometimes, to do some testing, the full Mesolithic map, but that map does not give you extra food or more materials or whatever. And there are plenty of players who enjoy to do these things. I, however, do not. And you will also never see me making a positive comment or a like or any kind of positive emoji on any screenshots that I can see has been fiddled with the results, because I feel they are tricking the new players. The new players see these amazing things people are doing when they are using either mods or modifying their files themselves, and they think, oh, we can do that as well, it looks so cool, and then they go play not aware that the others have used changes to make the game easier, and then they get really frustrated, and then they come back to me. They come to me and say to me, why is this not working? I saw this and this and this, and I can't do this, and I did exactly like they did, but I don't even get half of what they do. Then I have to tell them, because he has fiddled with his files. He's using mods. He's using optimization things that gives them more food. It gives them less repair time, more materials. I don't mind. Let's be clear about that. What I do mind is that new players are being tricked by it, and they have a reaction. Yeah? So let's be clear about that. So nothing that I do has any cheats in it. Nothing whatsoever. Only hard work. And tears. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. There are no tears. Maybe from the devs, but not from me. Oh, dude, yeah, I do torture them at times, I have to admit. It is what it is. There's a price to pay to have testers that are very active and very outspoken. There is a price to pay for the developers, I'm afraid. Oh, yeah, I'm not ashamed. It is what it is. But you know what? Sometimes you have to go a little bit head to head with the devs, because when it comes to gameplay, I have to just say straight out, I am a bit stronger than they are with regards to gameplay, because I play all the time, but they code all the time and play very little, because I do most of the testing. So I do have a small upper hand when it comes to the inside of game mechanics and the actual game mechanics in practice. They can easily know everything in theory, but in practice I'm the one that gets all the information correct, you know. So yeah, so we sometimes don't always see eye to eye with regards to how things should be, but yeah, you know, you can't win them all. But I would say we're doing good. Not too much headbutting. We laugh a lot more than we butt heads, but if we do butt heads, we need to get it sorted, otherwise I'll go completely haywire. If we don't sort the shit that I react strongly upon, then I will just lose my marbles, and they know that. They know I will lose my marbles. Oh, dude, can you believe that after all these years, not all these years, after, is it my third year now? It is my third year, isn't it? I'm still having a crush on this game. I think it has to do with not only that they are constantly changing it, they're constantly new things, but it is because I can also contribute, you know, to the game, to the development, and because I can push limits. I am always pushing limits. It's one of the things I just do automatically and experiment a lot. I know some of you others do the same thing and figure a lot of stuff out on your own, especially the pitfalls of some of the things in the game. For instance, who knew that symbiotic relationships is a must in the game? You know, it's probably the same for many other games. I haven't played anything else in several years, but yeah, I like the game still. Look at the speed of those guys. Look how quick they are. You know, I never get tired of looking at them. It's kind of like watching ants work. It's quite fascinating. It's a bit therapeutic, actually. Right, so those are the flax, and we do have flax seeds. And unfortunately, we don't have a ton. We don't have a ton of anything, you know. But this is a start. It is a start. So I paused the, yeah, it's the peas, because we have no seeds. Because I needed everyone to stay on the other farms. Time to make some fences, because we do need fences. Make no mistakes, there will be animals coming to you. I'm actually going to, no, I shouldn't put it there. I should make sure that I get all 8 farms placed down before. But I'm not going to activate them. I'm just going to, you know, get them down, so I can see exactly where I need to go with the fencing. I don't need all 4, but I will just do all 4 anyway. I kind of just needed one of the 2 I'm doing now. Just needed one to get the thingies right, but well, now it's done. Okay, so I'll get the other gate. Should be, where's the other one? Is it over there? Yeah, there it is. And I've also argued myself to get more light at night by the mouse cursor, because I like to work 24/7 in the tribe. I don't sleep with them. I work. I do things, you know. So I got more light for the mouse torch, so we can actually work even if it's dark. Right, so let's see. I can now place a few of these. I wonder if I should make 2 of them into breed, but we'll see how it goes. In the beginning, you always get a lot of materials. You manage to gather a lot more, but you know, as years goes by, the logistic will slow it down because it takes longer time to walk to get your resources. So it's always optimistic to start with. Let's get those 2 of those to the builder group, and a tribe can do rest. Not too much to the tribe because I'm going to soon add fences. I should probably add those fences in a builder group. If I'm going to do stone, I'm going to use the stone builder group or the stone gatherer group. But if I'm going to do, you know, the wood fences, I'm going to use the fence builders group. It might take a bit of time, but there you go. Let's assign these. Oops, I'm turning them around, aren't I? We need to have them next to each other, need to be efficient. So they can just run directly over to the next. There you go, that's better. Yeah, you already have it. And you can do that one. And of course, last one, do this one. So I'm only going to have 1 flax farm. I'm going to make another wheat farm instead for the other flax group, and they should manage to complete it in time. But we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. Right, so let them work in peace. I'm going to add the fence soon as well. So basically just keep an eye on your people to see, because that is the secret, controlling unrest. So they won't necessarily leave over one type of unrest unless it takes years to go away, because then they will grow it anywhere. They will basically lose their patience and then leave anyway, even though they only have one unrest. But you know, for the first few years they should not. But do keep an eye on that they have only one type. If you highlight a person, you will see that they have 1 plus with red, and that's all you should have, and no more. So any unrest you can work away from is excellent. So you have the offerings to help you, and you definitely need to keep an eye on your graves. Graves and people following their relatives that have left is the highest reason for leaving. It's a higher reason than starvation and lack of any housing. So if one starts leaving, the others won't leave because they're pissed off because they can't have enough housing. They are leaving because their family left. And if someone doesn't get buried, you have the same thing. They react immediately and get within a few days they will have -50. They will have +50 unrest, and that unrest is enough to make them leave. And then the entire family will leave, and then the extended family, you know the dance, the collateral dance when one leave in a big family. So can't have that. So be vigilant. Be always vigilant with paying attention to the unrest. Combination unrest is lethal in hardcore. You know, even in beginners, people will leave if you don't bury people, even in beginners. So then just imagine how much hard hitting it will be in hardcore. Yeah, they take no prisoners. Right, so I'm gonna let them work in peace and not do too much yet. Oh god, did I place the gate a bit titty up there? Because now I'm making so that I don't have the threshing area inside the gate, so wild animals can come and eat my seeds. Well, I'll see if I can work around it. Okay, so people are learning the agriculture skills, and the more people we have, the higher chance we have of them, you know, discovering new levels, which is what we want. We want them to quickly reach at least 50% to 75% skills in agriculture. So then we don't need to rely on more people per farm. We can rely on less, and they will waste less seeds as well, and they will be quicker in what they do. They will be more efficient. But it is fun to see, if you play on the fastest speed in game, you will just see 30 to 60 ants working in such a speed with such an efficiency. It's just a pleasure to watch. It's been a lot of tweaks in this. The devs and I have spent a lot of time getting the efficiency correct, but it also needs the player to do it right with regards to logistics, and you know, logistics is so important. Do not place your seeds on the other edge of the map when you have your farms on the other side. Do not place your tools far away from the farms. Have them close, so that when they are done cropping, they can swap their tools quickly to the wooden spears to start doing the tilling. Yeah. So there are a few pitfalls you still need to remember though. On beginners and expert, you can easily get away with a lot of these things done a bit bob, but on hardcore you need to min-max basically everything you do. Okay, so we are still harvesting the wild, the starter feast, the wild produce, and this is why we have been allowed to do so much work instead of focusing on all food. We can get away with a year or two, but then it will hit us hard, because then the reduction of wild produce is really high. I think it's as much as 60% or even more, depending on the plant type. The type of fruit we have the least reduction on is something I've actually fought hard to keep, and that is that we always have some hazelnuts, because they are lifesavers when spring is here, and when winter, end of winter, start of spring, when all the cultivated food is eaten up. So we still have a bit to rely on. Oh no, this is not going to work, is it? Because it goes straight over there, and there's a stone there. Oh, so I can't make it straight. You know what? I'll delete this. I'll dismantle it and build it further up, which is what I wanted to do anyway. Have it up here instead. I need to make space for threshers and stuff. So let people come in here. Here. There you go. And then I'll do the fencing with the fencing builder group, these guys. And I think I'm just going to use the normal fences. Shouldn't be an issue. Just give them space, that's the most important part. So all the limits as well has been, or most of the limits have been changed in the game. You can still do 64 farms, but there's no way you can manage to do 64 maxed out farms unless you have you need 900 population to do to do 64 maxed out farms. So yeah, that's not going to be a limit anyone will reach, unless you make baby farms, of course, much smaller farms. So it's not the amount of cells that is limited, it's the amount of farms you place down. So one cell is one farm. If you only do that one cell, it counts as one farm. So don't be fooled by 64. It's not 64 maxed out farms, it's 64 pressing of the mouse to create any amount of cell in one go. Yeah? Makes sense? Oh, I may place too many at the same time. I need to wait a bit. Then I can place more. That should be enough space, shouldn't it? Oh, extra threshers as well. Let's see, where are you? There you are. Ta-da! That's those done. Okay, so now we've had work hours quite high for a while, and I don't think we have a lot more days before we need to chill. Unless we can manage to get them, the majority of them, away from being unhappy about sleeping by the fireplace. Nobody's sleeping by the open. If they had been, they would have left already. Because you have between 2 to 4 days before they are really annoyed. Good. Now let's see. Okay, so we're doing well. We have enough food. I would like to have somewhere to put all the hazelnuts. Oh, I shouldn't do 2 because then they will argue about the space inside the hut. So let's do 1 over there and 1 over here. So they can go inside that hut to eat as well. But sometimes they stand like several people waiting for a spot inside a house when they could have gone to the neighbor house. But, you know, Rome wasn't built in one day, one step at a time. Right, so let's see if we can this season get some peas, because we really need peas. So peas has twice the calories in them that the beets have. So if you're going to have an overweight of some farms compared to others, you should have more peas than beets. But people like beets better, so you should have both. So if you can manage to make extra farms, you should make extra farms for peas, for sure. And of course, the majority should be wheat. You need to have a majority wheat to be able to feed everyone. Let me see. Let's have a look and see where we can get stuff. Can we perhaps get some seeds from these guys? Maybe it's a bit late to get seeds for this season, yes. But next season, look at that. They want, oh goodness me, that's a lot of wheat grain for some raw stone, fine raw stones. I can trade with those. Don't need those, don't need those. Yeah, how many of them have food as well that I will raid later? We are definitely going to have to raid, seriously. It takes a few years to build up all the farms to get everyone maxed out. See this one? Yeah, that's a possibility. And here we can swap some of our leather when it gets too much leather. Then we can swap it for some food. The exchange rate is not the world's best on leather, but it is giving food back. And if the leather is decaying away anyway, there is a zero loss, except for the workforce that is actually doing the trading at that point. Let me see if we can help out a bit. Take some of it's mostly the trees that will be taken from these, not so much of the other things, because it belongs to the clearing time of the farms. So you can't pre-clear the entire farm. That's not going to work. I did that, and then the devs changed it, of course, because I will forever find loopholes, and they will forever fill them in. Yep. Also, we need to pay attention to the tree. Oops, that was not my intention. We need to pay attention to the trees that will shadow over the farms, because that can kill some of the plants, the young saplings. So we need to make sure that there are no big shadows falling over them. Oh, so that is not good. Oh, there's a lot to do for the tribe here now. I think I'm exaggerating a little bit. Only a little bit. Look at the amount of work I've created. Come on. But the thing is, we should always try to maximize food outcome. So if removing a few trees will give us a few more cells, that is better survival already. And if you have a ton of trees and remove a ton of trees, you will have a ton more cells that will not be in danger of dying due to shadow. So there. Let's get more. There you go. We are, of course, going to replace the utter majority, if not all, or at least I will at a later point, the straw huts with proper round houses and stuff, because straw huts are very uneconomical. After the new changes with the streamlining of the sleep spots, it is almost better to just build the small huts, because they only lack one sleeping spot in comparison to the big ones, and they are then much more economic because they take much less material. So this is something you can dabble with yourself and figure out what suits you best based on your locality. My locality basically has 0 reed and fiber, so I need to rely more on my farms and rely more on straw at the moment. As the years go by, the reed would be less and the fiber will be less. So need to consider that as well. Any over harvesting is basically shooting yourself in the foot. Right, so I can start soon to remove some of these extra fireplaces, but I'll wait a bit longer. And I also think that the builders group is going to take at least a year or so to build, because they also have other things they need to do. For instance, some communal chores, such as clearing the stuff that I just gave them, like 2,000 work tasks. But yeah, we're basically done with the seeding and everything, so it's just allowance to let people do what needs to be done, because they're not on the farms anymore. So there. But there are so many changes. I talked about the utter majority of them, at least the changes that we players will notice as such, in the patch explained I did a few weeks ago. Or was it last week? Gosh, I can't remember. But there are more changes that came the other day with the hotfix. Yeah. Right, so I think it's time to start getting some of the storage options down for food, besides the storehouses that I'm building. So try to not put everything by the same hut, because people stand in queues to get into the hut to eat. So if we spread them a bit out, some of the storage options, then they will spread out themselves as well. So I'm not even gonna harvest too much of the roots, because that is almost as hated as bones. So the least hated is the grains, and then you have roots, and then you have the most hated, which is the bone marrow. Don't understand why though. Bone marrow is a delicacy in many countries, including Norway. You use it in a lot of food. Anyway, so yeah, getting up some storage options is never a bad idea, and putting enjoyed food in them, loved food basically, to get people to not stand in queue by one thing, one house or one hut. All raw meats and nuts and fish and honey, bread, berries, you know, these things that people really like. I've noticed how the audio has changed, how the sound has changed. You can hear the wind and the rain so well now, can't you? I quite like it, I have to admit. I quite like it. So we still have people sleeping by the fireplaces. We're down to 60%. That still needs a different type of housing rather than the fireplace. But as long as they don't build more unrest or get any other types of unrest, we should be okay to do it in a steady pace and not, you know, trying to stress to get down everything. We do need to focus though, make no mistakes, we do need to focus on housing and food. Okay, one. But she's Neolithic, I need her to be able to make roundhouses, because I lack quite a bit, because we just got our first Neolithic, didn't we, when we got farming. We did have some Neolithic, but they were not 100%. But you can see she's 100%, because her skin tone is completely white compared to those who are mixed. So she has been in the cold north of Norway longer than we have been where we are, which is why they change skin complexion. Right. Gonna let them work in peace, because we have several huts that are being made, and we're soon gonna have some harvesting to be done. It won't be much, because we barely had any seeds, didn't we? We had very few seeds. So we still don't have any peas. No peas still. There are times where you wait for years to get peace, and there are times where you don't get it at all. So what we could do then, if we never get the peace, is that we migrate and harvest peace wherever we can get it, and then we, you know, migrate again to where we want to be and saving the peace and then get them planted. Because if you first got them planted, then you will forever have peace. But you must remember to lock down seeds, otherwise they're lost, aren't they? Right, so yeah, let me see, did we get any? Yeah, we got that. Look there, now we can have plenty seeds for next year's planting. Excellent. Plus the seeds we're going to get from those, that's 16. So yeah, it's not going to be much from that one. That's for sure. So look at the fencing is doing. Yeah, is that an opening I see there? Yeah, I'll fill it in later. Let me see. Why are you guys doing that? Maybe they want to clear it. It's a lot of wasted mud though. I didn't even notice it when I placed down the farm. So I have the bones locked down, otherwise there would be drama if they had to eat that. It's weird how they would rather starve to death and leave the tribe than eating bones, isn't it? Right. Yeah, the fences are going to take its time. So by next year we need to get all the farms up, all 8. It's going to be hard, isn't it? Oh. Well, you know, one way to reduce population a little bit, to actually be able to keep people alive, we could just chop people out to raid the really big other tribes, because you can lose up to 4, 5, 6, depending on the amount of weapons you are equipping them with, and no kids will die, only adults. It should be elders, to be honest, but they don't go raiding, unfortunately. Let's do some more of these huts. Good reed hut. Reed huts is still, even though we can see that we have roundhouses grayed out in the build tab, the reed huts are still +8 on happiness. It removes 8% of any unrest. Let's get rid of those stubs as well. Start making some storage areas now. Okay, yeah, I always do that. Always have the wrong one on. But I really like the efficiency they have managed to create with the tribe. There is very little, you know, hanging about, doing nothing. So to me, it has become easier to play with an efficient tribe, of course, which is well, at least what I want. I'm going to make a few smaller ones for the fine raw stones and stuff, because that's kind of like the smaller amounts that you're going to have in the tribe. You're not going to have huge amounts, are you? So they've also increased the light from the fireplaces. You can see it at night, like the area of effect of the fire, the light is bigger, which I also think is good, because I don't like it when it's completely black. I do want some light. I guess I'll put all the tools here. There you go. Do you know the farms as well? They've added now in the latest hotfix that if you don't have fences around your farm, Actually, if the fences are not working around your farm, if there's a hole in them, whatever, if there's a gap in your fence, there will be a report on your farms that fences are needed, wild animals are entering. Even if you have fences, if the wild animals are entering, then you have a gap somewhere or a lack of a link or something. So then you need to go through your sections and see if you can find it. So it's a good idea. It's a good way to know for sure that if you don't have that lack report from your farms, it means that wild animals will not get in. But you do have still that some farms will follow the herders if the herders first milk the animals and then join a farmers group. Then some of the animals will follow the herder. So what you should do, or at least what I do, which is quite smart actually, is to place the feeding area where most of the animals will be focused to be around on the opposite side of your farms, because then the animals will not follow the herder forever, you know. So you have much less animals in your farms if you do that. So that's what we are going to do. We're going to make the feeding area on the opposite side of the camp, so they don't follow the herders all the way from where they've been milked to where they are going to do the farm work. You can do that as well. Yeah. So we are slowly getting there, aren't we? Bit by bit. And the more of the reed huts we are, the more they will rotate, the more people will rotate and, you know, get rid of a lot of unrest duties, because you can see there's not a lot of unhappy faces. When we started the first few days, they all had unhappy faces, but as we get more and better housing, they will disappear. So that also means we can play around more with the work hours and the work age to get more people working for longer. So if we manage to constantly keep the combination away, only one type of unrest, we should be able to do a lot. Why are you guys still doing it? I'm going to remove it. Do I have another one? I thought I saw another one over here, but I don't want them to do that one, that's for sure. Yeah, there's another one. But yeah, let's get rid of those. And you see, yeah, they're gathering that as well. Yeah, let's not waste time on gathering stuff that will be decaying away, because we cannot make mills or ovens yet, so there's no point. We only need a little bit to keep up with the offerings, and that's it really. Get rid of all trees that make shadow, basically. They gots to go. Okay, when I've done this, then I need to stop using this tool constantly, because it's taking up a lot of the workforce. Okay, so now the starter fees is gone, and now the new fruits are going to come soon. So it will be less in camp for sure. Okay, so this one can also, I'm going to put the other one to do nuts as well, because we seem to get quite a big amount. It won't be the same next year, and there will be smaller and smaller amounts, but it will take quite a few years before it goes really low. It shouldn't really go super low though, because we are supposed to stay sedentary, you know. So it's not like it's going to be gone, but it's going to be a little bit lower. And if we don't harvest absolutely everything, then it will have a higher chance of reseeding and, you know, get more trees, hazel trees. So not taking everything and not reaching everything is not such a bad idea. It is bad if we're starving and we need to reach it. Is that flax grains just laying around? Or was that wheat? I think that was wheat. Yeah, they will carry it to the baskets. They don't seem to have started carrying yet. They will though. They will. Bit by bit. Tribe is quite busy. I'm keeping my tribe always busy. I don't allow anyone to just idle anywhere. They will always be in one group. And you know what? I'm tired of this now. I'm going to close this because I see them making pathways through an area that should have been fenced. Okay, guys, you need to make a new pathway now. Let nature grow over that one again. So when you check my build tab, you can see 2 grayed out roundhouses. That is because there are new things already in testing and I cannot show you what it is. So I cannot answer any questions. I would love to inform you, but I cannot. So ignore what you see. There are also some groups that you will never see because they contain more testing objects. And I cannot tell you what is what, because you will figure it out if I do. So I will just pause the camera while I do the work in those specific groups. It could be more than one. Just saying. You can see the angry faces are with those that have to sleep by the fireplace, or perhaps in the pelt huts as well. They don't love the pelt huts either. But it's not going to be bad unrest. Keep an eye on it. So since they took away the notification that people are threatening to leave, you need to pay attention to your people. You see, when the yellow turns red, it's the same as threatening to leave. So you need to do adjustments at that point. We're not supposed to lose anyone. That's at least what I'm bragging, that I've managed to not lose anyone. So I need to definitely pay attention to that. I think if we are going to lose anyone, it's not gonna be because of something we've done wrong as such. It's going to be that we just don't have enough food. That is also down to locality. If the locality is poor, if it has poor seeds for several food types, it will be difficult. I'm not even sure we can manage to keep up with the 210 or whatever we have. We'll just have to wait and see and do our best. If we have to slim down the population, I will just chuck out a few raid parties, because you will always lose some, especially if you chuck them out to big tribes that are just as big as you or more. So they will whoop your ass a bit. At least you won't lose children. So that is a big plus. Yeah, I'm just going to let people be a bit. So they are now harvested the beets. So we didn't get a lot, but we got enough to seed both the big farms when next season comes. So that's good, but we can't really feed anyone on what we have because we don't really have a lot. I just wish we could get some peas. Where the heck are all the peas? Let's have a look. Yeah, you are the usual. You are the usual. Yeah, so it's still the same. So I assume we can get away with it for another 1 or 2 years, but then we really need to get everyone into a proper house. Any house, really. Any house. For every change you do to improve their conditions, you get more time before they go really annoyed. So you kind of reset the unrest timer all the time. You don't have a lot of days when you have nothing. You have 4 max, I think, and then they are just gone. So being smart and doing things that can remove any unrest is always a good idea. That goes without saying. It's not like you guys don't know this. You already know. If you have combination unrest on hardcore, people are leaving. It's just the way it is, especially if they have any bad grades in will or fitness. It's just how it is. I think I should make 2 of those into straw and not have 4 reed, because that's going to take ages to build. You know, a lot of these will be replaced with round houses anyway and long houses, so it's mostly temporary. We'll leave some, of course. Yeah. Some haystacks strategically placed around so you don't have to walk over half the camp to repair stuff. And also, of course, if they have a fireplace, they should have stored logs nearby. So before all the changes that was done recently to the difficulty in hardcore, I think several could have a 400 hardcore population, because we could live so well off the wild produce, especially the nuts. But after I got it reduced again, we shouldn't be able to, unless you have a fantastic locality with only fabulous grades in your tribe, maxed out everything of knowledges, fabulous tools, enough for absolutely everyone. Then you could do it, but it's supposed to be really difficult. I talked to someone the other day. He said that the difficulties should be categorized differently. So beginners should be normal, experts should be hardcore, and hardcore should be impossible. So that's what he suggested they should be renamed to. Hardcore is not impossible. It becomes impossible if you go above 400, 450, because the limit on population is 512. So there will be a break in your population. So if you manage to get 500, you will basically not manage to get many more. Instead, the birth probability will go down and down till you go down in population, because you're not supposed to go above 512. Look how odd that is. That's where I did the fix. That was weird that it didn't go the same way. I don't think our ancestor would do it like that, to be honest. Well, I guess we can make it into specific patterns if we do it like that. I don't mind that. Might remove every second and then add it again. They will look completely different. Can do that. Many ways to make it beautiful, but right now I'm not considering beauty at the moment, because I need to make sure that we're not losing anyone to anything stupid that I'm doing, because that could easily happen. When there's so much to keep an eye on, you can quickly forget one small detail that can topple the entire tribe, seriously. And I still have fairly high work hours, but I have loved food, and they have praying options, and they are rotating on good huts, the reed huts. So that seems to be keeping them at bay for a while, but it won't be forever, it won't last. So we need to pay attention, really pay attention to the people, see how many unhappy faces there are. I'm not too worried about yellow, but I am worried about red. Unfortunately, if one leaves, you can have the entire family and the extended family leave as well. When I did the testing on the effect on family when one left, it was much stricter. Everyone left. Each and every member of that family left. It was insane. So that, of course, had to be chilled on. Considering that when you start, say you start 10 kbc with 7 people, there will be a lot of people who are related to each other, and yeah, it was a lot of people leaving in one go, and it was more or less instant. So it was like blah 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 is leaving the tribe, and then immediately a row of 10 is leaving. And everyone left due to family member leaving the tribe. Yeah, so it was good that was chilled on, calmed down quite a bit. It was needed, definitely needed. So what else is there? Yeah, you can see that in the icon. On the icon, you can see whose group is responsible for the object or the building or whatever. So then it's easier for us to keep an eye on, to see, okay, which houses or which whatever is actually belonging to a group, because we can see it. You know, you can see it on the houses. Yeah, also when they're building, then you see it all the time. And when they're done building, you just click the object to see that they have a belonging. There's quite a bit of straw in this area, isn't there? But we did have an increase in straw. We also did have increase in reed. So I'm hoping that as the years go by, the reed will come up more and more. At the moment, it is not that much. It's the odd plant here and there. For instance, in beginners, you have, like you see, the entire rivers are covered with reed and fiber. But here you get 75% less. But it is supposed to accommodate your tribe size, you know, so I expect more, and I know there will be more because of course I've tested this. So time for these to go, because I have so many people that actually have a place to sleep, including fireplace, so you don't need all these. That means we save on logs, and also of course save on work hours, because you don't need to repair so many fireplaces. We have tons of fireplaces anyway. Oh, and the limit for fireplaces is 32. Same as the threshers. They also have a limit of 32. But since they increase the amount of crops you can do at the same time to 6, you get 3 times quicker doing it. So you need 3 times less threshers. It goes without saying, really. Right, so how much do we lack? Yeah, we do need a few more of those Neolithic migrants. I'm just hoping any of them will come with some kind of animal. Like the cows have gotten their milk. Actually, everyone has their milk doubled, but you see it so well on cows because they have between 8 and 10 units of milk in comparison to the usual 5. So they have a lot more, and also a lot more meat when you slaughter them, and of course more pelts, more raw hide. So everything has been increased. However, the backside is that they also eat more. But we have gotten help there too, of course. We got more than doubled the calorie content of both grain types. So this is why I keep saying it to new players who struggle with keeping up with only straw for feeding all animals, especially on beginners, because you have like 100 plus. Feed them your flax grains, because the tribe hates them. So let me see. No, I don't want to swap my grains. Or maybe do I have too many grains? I have quite a few, but let's hang in there. Those we should do the leather. Let's see. They are same price, so if we trade 50 leather, we get 50 bows. I won't say no to that. Not at all. They're also spread. This one is fairly close, isn't it? Wait a minute. Raiding? Oh God. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to trade. Christ on a bike. Let's try again. This time we are raiding. Let's see. Can we do 14? Can we get away with 14? Can they carry? How many do we have? Yeah, we got plenty. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem. I almost raided them. For bows. Come on. Sometimes when you raid or trade, or especially raid, I haven't seen it on trade though, but on raid they change the commodity as you're raiding, and you get half of what you went for and then half of whatever new commodity they are saying they've got. I don't mind, but yeah, not sure it's supposed to be like that. Devs are aware, of course, that this happens every now and then, but I think it's supposed to be like that because they tend to also at the same time up their camp and leave. So the raiders are just taking whatever they can before they have to go as well, because the second they up the camp and leave, we stop raiding, you know. So I guess they just run out of the camp with whatever they can grab a hold of while they're running. I think I can see them doing that. Wouldn't be surprised. Let me see. Yeah, the prices are Oh, that one looked okay, didn't it? But it's things we don't need anyway. Because there's plenty of the flint cores wherever you go, isn't there? Several hundreds every year. It's no big deal. So I see that there is food, and we should probably go and say hello to some of them and ask them if they want to share. If they don't want to share, then we steal. Dun, 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 dun. So it's a semi-big tribe we're going to raid, so we might lose 1 or 2 people, maybe 3, depending on the weapons they're going with. They should be able to go with spears, proper flint spears. Yeah, to get some meats, dried meat. Come on, guys. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they're off. Let them do their job. Let's see, we should get some benches for the crafters to sit and work on. We're also going to do some housing around them, so they can go inside the houses as well, because they do like that. They do like to do a lot of the work inside. Don't need a ton. There you go. So we still have, yeah, a good handful of people complaining about sleeping by the fireplace. So how long have we been here? We've been here in late autumn. We will have been here 1 year. Yeah. Hey, dude. I know why they're there. They're there because we're not completed the fencing, have we? We have not. Look, it tells us farms needed. Fence needed. Wild animals are entering. Indeed they are. Indeed, indeed. Well, you know, you guys, if you don't move, you will become sausage. Horse sausage. Is that a word? Is sausage a word? Does anyone say it in the world? Well, they do now. Look at them little fuckers go for my bleeding seeds. Go away. Oh my word. Hunters, go do your job. Should have used 2 hunter groups. No, I mean 2 builder groups. Get it done quicker. You know, after they changed the fences, I find it really difficult to make small, perfect circular enclosures. It's like it doesn't want to do it anymore. I know is that another one? Pretty sure I saw one. That's another one. Another gap. You see, if there are big trees in the way, sometimes the fence does not go through. So you need to pay attention to this. If you build or close to trees, and trees need to be chopped down. If the tree is big, you can get proper gaps. So you always need to go check your fencing after you're done. Make sure there are no gaps anywhere. Yeah, so we will have animals running here until the fences are done. It's just the way they do it. They come to steal the food, because when there's little food in nature, they come to us to see if we have anything they can steal. I'm quite satisfied with the amount of blackberry bushes there are here. They are spread here and there, so there's quite a few of them. We should be alright to be left alone to get up the farms within a few years without starving to death. Ish. Let's see what they've got. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Better than a kick in the teeth. We had way too much leather anyway. Let's get a few more of these because I see there's a bit of food laying out in the open. And rosehip doesn't keep that long, so let's get up a few more baskets. So the nuts should be fine because we've got those in the storehouse. But we need to make sure that the others are also taken care of. So we got seeds placed in one place and we got the tools they need as well. So they shouldn't waste too much time going back and forth for tools or seed. It should be short distance. Oh, so we lost 1, 2, 3 in combat. Okay. Yeah. 4. We lost 4. They got, yeah. Not sure it was worth losing 4 for that amount, but we certainly have enough people and we have to accept more migrants as well because we need more Neolithic influence. So I guess this is one way to do it without losing all your children. It's not really something I recommend. But you know, when you start in the Mesolithic and 10k BC, when you come to the Neolithic, around, if you get to around 5k or so, you will have a big tribe, you know, because you've been having family for, you know, 5,000 years. So you will have a big family, and it's difficult to reject all the migrants because a lot of them come with improvements to the knowledges that you would want to do better in your tribe, you know. Especially if they have good grades, can become excellent raid leaders and stuff. So it's difficult to get to 5k BC from 10k BC with very few people. It's yeah, but of course if you want to do it as a player, then go for it. So a lot of people think that the thick end, the bulging end of the menhir contains the yellow hands. It does not. It is the flat end that contains the yellow hands. Just keep that in mind. Let's get a few of those. I love these wooden posts. They are great. They are really good. I like them. But we're not going to do that now. We're just going to place them down. Kind of like a blueprint-ish. I wish we could get blueprints with a setup of our choosing. Like if we set up what we think, what we feel for ourselves and our tribe is the perfect blueprint, and when we then migrate, we can save this blueprint and take it with us and rinse and repeat, you know, to the next locality, place down our blueprint instead of doing it over and over again, because it's quite time consuming, isn't it? Having to do that every time you migrate, especially in Meso. You do go a little bit tired of it, to be honest. So I think hopefully we will get it in the near future. Hopefully. In any future, to be honest. But it's so exciting what we're doing now in testing. I wish I could talk about it, but I cannot. But it's so flipping exciting. They are so... they are so involved in absolutely everything. They're doing several things at the same time, and I think it's great. We have new patches like almost every day with new things. It's fantastic. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but the devs never add everything to the patch notes. They never do. The last from July until we released the last patch a few weeks ago, we had over 80 patches with close to 400 points tested, and only like a fraction of that is written down in the patch notes. Granted, if we mentioned everything, the patch note would be as long as an evil light year, but a lot of the things people could do well in actually knowing, which is why I do patch explained videos, to fill in everything that they do not talk about. So yeah, I think that's still a thing I will continue with, because the patch notes will not change. I don't think the devs will add more information because it's too much to mention, but it becomes a lot less when you can make it into a 10-15 minute video, you know, with audio, talk about it. It's much shorter, isn't it, instead of having a patch note going from here to Timbuktu. That's not gonna work well, is it? Okie dokie. Let me see. Okay, so down to the 30s. Yeah, we are definitely getting there. Definitely getting there with households. So we should get less and less people with unhappy faces for sure. So yeah, bit by bit. So we've been here now, it's roughly a year we've been here. Yeah. Let's get some overflow for the overflow. And remember to not build them at the same time as you built the others, because you need to not have them all be needing to be repaired at the same time. Otherwise the point of overflow goes away, because then, yeah, they will be laying out in the open or whatever. Yeah. Just a small tip. And they have changed the material on the pits, and I don't particularly like it. They wanted them to be more costly than they are, so they have changed from the 25 sticks you normally needed to 20 fine sticks, and there is no way I'm going to spend 20 fine sticks on 50 pits. There's absolutely no way. So what I'm going to do is that I am using mostly 3-point service points only, like baskets and store houses. So yeah, we'll of course do a few pits and of course clay containers, because of how long food will last in the clay containers. But yeah, it will only be a few of the pits, that's for sure. They have also increased the amount that the various storage options can take. For instance, the storehouse now can take 500 and not only 300. So everything has a small increase. The only thing that does not have an increase are the pits. They are still 150, but everything else has got an increase. You can also see the baskets, instead of only taking 75 kilos, they now take 100. So there are plenty of good things, and not only that I'm whining about having to use fine sticks for bits. Hey, out of there! Darn it. Yeah, that's what I told you. You will be sausage if you are in my fields. So there. Fences are slow, aren't they? It is because they need to go 2 trips. They first have to go with sticks, and then they have to go with ropes. So it's not a one-way thing. They have to go several times. Another one there. Okay. Let them work in peace. I'm going to try to not make the video too long. I'm going to edit away some of the times when nothing is happening. Yeah. See, we have so few angry faces left now. And they seem to be rotating quite alright on the houses though, which is also one of the reasons why there is so little unhappy faces, because 30% of 200 is still quite a few people. And of course the work hours have been lowered, because we were pushing it, weren't we? We were definitely pushing it with several sleeps on increased work hours. So now we have taken it one notch down to make sure that it doesn't develop any bad unrest. Because now people are genuinely getting upset from having to sleep by the fireplace. So we need to get down housing for a good rotation for everyone. Because there are still people who has to sleep consecutive days by the fireplace, and then they will become upset. So their patience will only last so and so long before they leave. They might still have like only 34, but also check their mood. If their mood is upset, then you need to do something. You need to chill a bit. So in the end, they will say that I'm considering leaving. You know, they will basically say it on their description that they are considering leaving. If you check them out, they will say at the bottom, it will say upset, and then they will have a comment about it. So keep an eye on that as well, especially on the members you have that you know have really bad grades, like several of the fitness and the will reductions. They tend to be the ones leaving. And of course, make sure that it's not too high work hours while you're doing it, because you can delay them leaving by lowering work hours, because that makes them more able to eat meals, sit with family, which brings calmness, sitting by the fireplace, which eases unrest, praying, which eases unrest, and being by the graves of dead loved ones. You know, all these things negate some of the upset. So don't be afraid to have several days consecutively with lower work hours, because you will be rewarded in that people can take more beating when you need them to. And I mean, when you need it, it's going to be when you need to do farm work. And of course, keep on top of all the graves. Oh, that looked weird. So yeah, always have enough graves. So they have also increased the time it takes from a body to starting to decay after death until they are gone from the grave. So it now takes between 16 and 17 days in comparison to the 15 or 14 it used to before. So they have increased it with a few days. So that means you will need a few more graves than you normally would for a 200 population tribe. So just calculate as you go along. It's better to have too many than having too little. On beginners you can get away with it for quite a while, but not too long though, because they are still really annoyed, even if it's just beginners. In hardcore you will have roughly 1 day, and then they are unconsolable, or is it inconsolable? I keep inventing my own words here as I go along, but the point is that you understand me. That is the important part. Oh, dude. Right, that's a reed hut, so that's gonna take it down even more. And I also added more straw huts. It's only -3 on happiness. I mean, it only is a -3 quality, so it's not like the end of the world. Wild horse, can you knock it out? You should be able to, because we're not finished. And they are flocking in now, because the no grazing is not only for when you have your own livestock, it is also to warn you that wild animals will have issues finding enough food out in the wild, and they will start to come to your camp. And another thing that a lot of players are not aware of, it does not mean that it is winter, because you can get lack of grazing options also if it's too hot with too little rain. Because the grass then, if it's too hot without any rain, any humidity, will dry up and die. It will become frazzled. So just be aware, it's not only when it is winter. You can also have it in the middle of the summer down south in Spain. So yeah, be aware of that. And the no grazing means that you need to barricade your food and to make sure that you have feeders and stuff for your livestock fenced in. Otherwise the wild animal population will come and help themselves. Yeah, fair warning. Okay, so we're about to go into farming season. Let's see how many we can manage. I hope there will be quite a few. We really should manage them all, to be honest. At least we should manage to use up the seeds that we have. And I think some we will have extras, like the flax seeds we have extra from, and we will also have extra from the wheat grains. But I don't think we will have extra from the beets, and we do have a few of the peas, so at least now we're going to get those started. We were very unlucky with the amount of crops we got a hold of, so that needs to be taken into consideration, because now we will have a bit of issues when spring comes, because we will get less, like we did last season as well. We got less because we barely had any seeds, and we had to wait over a year before we got any peas, which is quite all right for hardcore. I have waited years, and I've also had it and never got them at all. But that's the more northern parts, to be honest. I've never had that issue far down south. We are in region 2, which is France, parts of Germany, yeah, and northern parts of Spain. So of course I am in the Alps, because that's where I love to be. So now that work has opened up for your farms, you can get away with getting tribe to help you clear, especially the new farms, because they take the entire day or more to clear, because it's 900 cells they need to clear. So yeah, they're already tilling ready on the beets. Beets always seem to never have any issues. There's always issues, I feel, if there are any, with wheat. Like, they take such a long time. It's like they're slower on wheat. It's really weird. Really, really weird. And we have enough tools. We have enough wooden spears. We have plenty of the stone sickles, which are the best tools to use for cropping. So we should be good. The houses are coming along bit by bit. So now we are going to torture our tribe to make sure the farms are getting done, and give more priority to groups than we give to communal tasks. So the groups, this is also a smart idea to use builder groups, because that means you can make sure that whatever they have responsibility for will continue to be repaired and built. But it is the other communal chores that will be neglected, such as tanning and stuff like that, you know, the less super important things. Right, look at them going. I could watch this all day. Do you guys remember back in the days when we used to watch the Windows defrag the computer? We watched those small blocks moving. Yeah, I am that old that I can remember it. And I'm sure quite a few of you are as well. You remember just sitting and watching. It is quite therapeutic. Can we do that now? I don't think we can anymore. It's not the same. It doesn't function the same way. And you don't need to defrag anything anymore, do you? You haven't needed it for years, have you? I don't think you have anyway. It was just something I remembered. Because it's a little bit like this, like watching ants, isn't it? Like watching efficiency. It's quite amazing. Right, so okay, the wheat, they have not started yet. So they're starting on the other ones then, I guess. Let's have the tribe help them out. Get it done. Oh, there's a tree there. Okay, yeah, it's gotta go. Don't want that one to be worked on, or that one. No need. It's a waste of mud. Yeah, there's just a... What is the other one? That looks like a food bush. I'm going to be better safe than sorry. Alright, no, it didn't belong to the farm, never mind. Let's get some work done, girls. So not all the fences are done, obviously, so there will be some loss. Note to self, next time use 2 builder groups. Let them build half each. You live and you learn. I have not done this either myself. This is the first time I'm playing hardcore this long with this size farms. I have only tested to see how many people can manage a farm on default, and then the devs have done the calculations on the amount of people. So yeah, but I've already of course tested that it is correct amount, so yeah. Okay, and all those are okay. We have overflow. I just hope I didn't I just hope I remembered to not place them down roughly around the same time the others needed repairs. As I was saying it, I was placing it down, wasn't I? And they did not need repair at that point. Okay, I think we're okay. There's still a few sleeping out in the open. Let me have a look. Not too bad. But now we also need to be very wary of the unrest for work hours. Oh, let's see. Right, I don't even need to check them. I need to take them because they are Neolithic. We've got to have them. Oh God, I'm worried a little bit about population. We are in the soft cap, so we need to reject all Mesolithic. That's for sure. Oh, that one is done already. Oh, it's got one left. Yeah, good. And that's the second one, which is still being cleared. Okay. Yeah, I knew we would have too few seeds for the beets. I knew that. There's is that, what kind of tree is that? Just in case it's a food tree. Oh no, it didn't belong to that at all, did it? That's annoying. Anyway, there you go. Don't want them to cut it. Oh, hello. Wild growing. There's no point opening up the second piece because we don't have seeds for it. They spent more wheat seed than I anticipated. That could be because they're all still fairly low on agricultural skills, so they are wasting some seeds. Otherwise there's no way they would spend that many seeds. So one farmer can manage roughly 30 cells per default workday, and one seed can cover roughly 50 cells. That means a 900 farm should be able to manage with between 18 to 20 seeds. But now this is calculated with high to medium agricultural skills, with wooden spear, and with people who has few bad grades in their group. So to be safe, I would always save at least 25 per 900 cell maxed out farm. Always better safe than sorry, always. Yeah, we still have a few sleeps left before the farming season is over for wheat. What are you guys doing? Yeah, you guys are actually done. Yeah, and you guys have just started. And I'm not sure how far you guys are going to get on that last farm, because we only have one seed left, and that's it really. And they have just started tilling. Okay. Oh no, stop stepping on stuff, dude. That means people have to... Yeah, I am aware. I can see the flipping animals. Christ on a bike. I'm sorry, you will become sausage if you don't move out. He can easily run out. Look at them doing the wheat over there now. So the season coming, the harvest season coming, we will still not have the max amount of food that we need. So we need to rely more on wild produce for another year. You know what we should do? I'm going to test it out myself during testing, and see if I can do several scavenge runs and get like 50 of each seed. But then I need to have so much loved food besides that nobody goes for them while we are traveling. We should travel only after they have eaten the evening meal and sleep time is ticking in, because then they won't eat. But we need to make sure that when we land, that we have plenty meat and fish for them to eat, so they won't go after the crop seeds. I think I'm going to try that and see how that goes, because we might actually fail on this tribe because we are so delayed, because hardcore has so little of the crop seeds that they want to give you in the first year. So yeah, so everything needs to be min-maxed, and we need to plan ahead. We need to prepare strongly to achieve success in such a big hardcore tribe. So this is a learning curve for me as well, absolutely. But I don't mind learning together. We can learn together. But I am going to test that at a later point, to do these scavenge runs that I call them, to just you know, like a locust swarm of the locality, empty it completely out and then move on. So yeah, so we definitely have enough people in the farms. We don't have to worry about needing more. We have enough people. We can possibly make more farms as well, because we have several sleeps left over for some of these. The problem is that we only have 200 people, and if we're going to add one more farm, we need to max out all the farms, all the farmer groups, and we won't have enough people for it. So it might be a little bit complicated. So what we need to do for sure is, when we are maxing out the amount of farms we can have, say we have 3 900 cell farms per group, we need to max out the priority so we get 56 group members. And then we need to max out the work age and the work hours and minimize communal tasks. And maybe we can manage it, just maybe. We'll just have to wait and see how it goes. So I think that's it. It's the odd retilling because wild animals are running around. Hopefully next year we will not have any wild animals, because then the fences should be done. I say should, you never know actually. Hopefully they will be done. Yeah, so now the farms are done. Okay. And the men here for better preying options is almost done as well. There was a wind, not a constant wind. It was a second with wind. Yeah, I did mention it, but don't forget to lock down your bones, because the crafters will still go help themselves, but nobody else can go and eat them up. So at least we don't get unrest from that. Yeah, I'm gonna let the tribe work on stuff and not butt into too much. Just gonna watch them for a while. They also added that, say you have a builders group with 4 houses in it, and if you pause that group, then the items on the map will also be paused. You can see the pause sign coming up. So you know, this is something that a lot of players are not remembering, that if they pause a group that has responsibilities, then nobody is taking care of the things they have responsibilities for. So this is to help especially new players to see that a building is paused. So if they see that, why is my house not being built? And then they have paused the builder group and they forget that they had the items in there. So that's a really good move, actually, to make sure that this is not something that keeps popping up in the issues coming from players, especially new players. So we got we got a fair bit, and here we have, we got quite a few there as well, didn't we? So how many did we get on these? Oh, look at that. Are those? Gosh, I can't tell yet. But we got quite a few cells planted with the peas. Yeah. Right. But we do need more. We do need more. So next season we can open up the other pea farm as well. And now that we're well done, we can open up these to let people eat them. Yeah, is the flax also done? It should be done, shouldn't it? Because it was only that one that had flax. We should lower the work hours again. Adding a few more threshers is not a bad idea, because now we have 3 wheat farms. Let's not take the bush though. Don't want to take the bush. Yep, that'll do it. If the threshers are not being worked on enough when new planting season starts and we still have wheat and or flax, then I'm going to put them in the builders group and let the builders group do it, because the groups in the tribe will have more priority than the communal tasks again when we are doing the farms. So it is a lot more micromanaging to play hardcore big tribe, but it is possible. And if you want to try it, you need to remember to do these jiggles with the policies all the time. You cannot leave it on default and then just expect the tribe to work perfectly. They won't, because they will be dividing themselves to a point where not all farms will be done. You have to make this adjustment quite regularly, especially if you have a big tribe, a 200 plus tribe. You have to do it. Well, normally you can sail quite well along with the default everything on your policies, not having to up or down anything, but here you must actually do it. I will be changing these constantly. The important part is to not forget to close them down afterwards. We still have some nuts left, but this is the season I always worry about if I have too few farms, because this is the season where there's so little else to harvest in the wild. Not much left now. So most of these will be for wheat, of course, because we only have 1 with flax and we have 3 with wheat. So these icons, they report icons when there is no production or not enough materials to continue production. I find them to be too similar to real problems, because farm work is seasonal. You know, threshing is seasonal. So showing a report of problem when it is actually dormancy, to me, is incorrect. And I've had this discussion with the devs, and he is considering to change the icons to show that they are dormant, but not that there is a problem, it's just dormant. We'll see what they decide. I personally do not like that they are looking the same, because it becomes white noise in the end, and then you are missing the real issues, the real problems. But that's just what I think. Place down storages for the crops, so they don't have to go through half the village to find the crop. So they have increased as well the straw you get from threshing. So that is also going to help us to keep livestock well fed and happy. See, the thing is with livestock is that we do not have a farm for food for animals. So the devs had to come up with something to help us, because it's not realistic that you have food farms for humans but having a lot of livestock without having any fields that has to accommodate feeding the livestock. So what they did was they increased the wheat, the straw from threshing, and they more than doubled the amount of calories in flax and wheat grains, so we can feed the animals the flax grains, and they will eat very little. So of course it had to be done, otherwise nobody could have a lot of animals. Before the dev made adjustments to the initial changes, I could only have 12 cows. That was all I could have before there were no more food for them. So it went without saying that this needed a change, and of course logically he did change it, and it was needed, obviously. Okay, so getting a few more of the reed huts. Yeah. We still have plenty straw. And now when the wheat farms are up, we will continue to have plenty straw. Now we just need roundhouses and livestock. Let's start making the enclosure for the livestock. So I also like to have, oh, is that too big? Yeah, it is. I like to have an open storage area for some of the straw. That means we need to use less resources on the feeders or hay feeders, and can have it open as well and just have a few feeders. So yeah, and also if we get many, then there won't be any line issue, queue issues with the animals. We won't get a lot of animals, that's for sure, but we should fence it in anywho. I think I'm going to use the stone guys to get this done with a proper stone fence. There you go. One more, I think. Is that an active beehive? No. It is not. There you go. Being prepared. So they also done some changes to animal behavior. What you will notice is that domestic animals now also have this flee instinct, and that is when they are blocking any service points for humans or blocking where humans need to go, they will run away, but only for a short amount of time, obviously. So because there was quite a few episodes where one person in the tribe was standing straight up and down, not doing anything, because an animal was standing still in an area where this person needed to be, and then someone else needed to be where the other person was, and the other person needed to be where the fourth person were, and etc, etc. In the end I had like 10-20 people standing stiff because of initially one animal not moving. So that had to be done, and they did it like that. So I guess what is happening is that the humans are giving for instance, the goat a small kick in the ass so it runs away from it to just move away so they can get their work done. Only a mild kick though, well, very mild, more a push really. Anything else won't be acceptable. Right, so now we are ready for livestock. And when we get roundhouses, then we can remove all the straw houses, because they are so uneconomical. It's just, yeah. But every time they need repairs, you need like 150, 170 straw, in comparison to like 60, 70 on the roundhouses. It's quite a stark difference. So it's much more economical to remove them. And once we have the roundhouses, let's go down a bit on the workhouse, because I see there's a few who's getting upset. Yep, Neolithic, we will have those. Only problem is that, are we managing to feed them? Okay, we don't have too much left before we can actually get mills and ovens. So if we get another batch within a year or so, with 5 to 7, we should have enough influence to build mills and ovens. Because it is a waste, really, for the tribe to eat the wheat grains. Because for each one grain, you could have 10 bread. So yeah, we need to get it as quickly as possible. So just take everything that is Neolithic. See now, we have 1.5 beet field, or 1 and almost a half, and then 1 and almost a half wheat, plus the extra wheat that comes from the guys who have the flax farm. So yeah, but it doesn't mean that it will be enough, because we're now going to go down on the wild produce, because we're now year 2 after we migrated. So the reduction will be stark from start to feast until normal production. So that's going to cost a bit. So we're going to have to start planning doing some raids and some good trading deals. And we are over what I would like the population to be. I would like it to stay around 200, 210 maybe. Because at the moment we cannot sustain the people we have with farm food and reduced wild produce. So we need to be smart and see if we can sneak in more farms, but we cannot do that now. We must wait, and then we need to do some raiding and trading. Oh, right, good. That's that one done. Yeah. And we can do the wooden posts so that they prey faster. So this helps. So you can get away with having higher work hours if you have some support buildings that makes them prey faster and reach appeasement and high prey effect faster. So everything matters. Every little detail can make a difference. In hardcore it is important if you want to have really big tribes. In beginners and expert you can get away with not worrying about these things at all, but when you play hardcore big tribes you need to take advantage of absolutely all the possibilities you have of keeping people healthy and happy. So it's quite the work, quite a lot more min-maxing and micromanagement details that you need to adhere to be successful. But this is as much a try for me as it will be for any of you to try to get big tribes for the first time in hardcore. I haven't had time to play the same tribe for a long time to see how we are doing in the Neolithic timeline with farming. I know that from a Mesolithic point of view, you just keep migrating every 2 years or so when the food and prey go low. But when you're sedentary, you can't run away. You are sedentary, you know, you are staying where you are. Let's get a few more graves. Okay, it doesn't fit that. Oh, I don't like that. Let's go to the other side. Okay, there's a stone there. Okay, sure, fine, whatever. That's fine, as long as people have somewhere to bury their dead loved ones. It doesn't have to be beautiful. We have partial beauty, don't we? Partial, at least. Oh, we don't have any we don't have any beautiful things because we don't have any beautiful things. We can't do it yet. We lack so much Neolithic influence. Can I place whatever I want to place there without blocking the prey thing? Do they walk over the offerings, I wonder? I actually can't remember. I'm not sure they do. I will find out whether they can or not, because if they cannot, then I will get the warning that it's inaccessible, won't I? Because they can't walk through the baskets, I know that. So let's see. Let's give them benches, always welcome. I wish the benches could give them either some comfort or some happiness. Like it could help against fatigue or you know, fitness reduction issues. That would be a good idea, actually. Right, so let them work in peace for a bit. Oh, I also remembered the devs have also made some changes to people's eating habits. If the food they are eating is very loved, they gulp it in them much faster, so they eat their foods much faster. They first did that, they initially did all foods faster, and now they have changed so that they do the loved food even faster, which means that when they get up in the morning and have their food, they won't be sitting around for a long time. They will eat it quickly, love it to pieces, and then go straight to work, which means that they are more efficient. You have probably noticed it already, especially on the farmers. You see it so quickly on the farmers. And also the task generation has been changed, and the amount of task generation, the amount that comes from task generation in farms has been increased, because I was testing the efficiency, and I noticed that people kept leaving the farms long before it was done. And I realized that the reason they are leaving is because the tasks for next row of work to be done is not popping up in time. So the devs doubled this, and now you never see anyone leaving the farm. They are staying put till work hours are over, or till the farm is done, or till they're out of seed, whatever hinders them. It will not be lack of tasks in the farm. So that has increased the efficiency a lot. You can go with so much less members now than you could before, because they wasted so much time on going back and forth waiting for tasks to pop up in the farm, and now they do the double amount, so now they won't be going back and forth, so the the agenda they do is they are on farm with tool or seed. When there's no more tasks, they will leave the farm, go and store their tool or store their seed, and then go on to do another task, perhaps in another group or whatever. And then when there's a task popping up 4 seconds later, they will then make their way to store whatever they have in hand, and then go get either the tool or the seed, and then go to the farm. So you can see that the bureaucracy of that system needed work, because it was extremely inefficient, even though it was the correct way to do things. You store before you get next. That's the way it is. You pick up before you go proceed. That's also how it works. But the task generation doubled, sorted a lot of the inefficiency. So I'm extremely happy and chuffed about the increased efficiency for especially the farmers. Absolutely fantastic. I knew it. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so we can remove a few of the baskets. We don't need a ton of baskets. Removing a few is fine. As soon as one is gone, they should be able to use the men here. They like sitting on the benches, don't they? There was someone on the Steam forum, I think, that wanted to make sure that people will always, like if you have your benches towards or next to the fireplace, they wanted people to always be facing the fireplace. But that also means there needs to be a right and a wrong side on the fence, on the bench. And what do you do when you don't have it by a fireplace? You need to find the right side or the wrong side. And at the moment, we don't have that. You know, in Sims, there's an arrow that shows the correct way. So you can, rotate it to get it the right way, but we don't have that. So if that's going to happen, then there needs to be a guidance for which way is right. Otherwise, it's going to be trial and error, isn't it? And then trying to remember it afterwards. Right, so 320 plus. Oh, find that to be a little bit scary. Let's see how we're doing. Yeah. But the thing with doing it slow, which is what this playthrough is that you can't get away with only 2 meals per month like you do on fast, or 4 meals on normal. You have to provide 6 meals per month. So it is a lot harder. Granted, on fast, it is harder with regards to the amount of people you need to do the same amount of work, specifically on the farms, because you have so much less days to do it. But you then again need to feed 4 times more anyway on slow. So slow is harder anyway, even if you need more people on fast. So let's not get that wrong. Fast is still the easiest mode to play. Beginners and fast, obviously. And the hardest is what we are doing, hardcore and slow. Yeah. Right. So, let's see. Well, the important part here is that... Oh, hello. Now we should get it. And we did. We can now make mills and ovens. Excellent. Then we have the work cut out for us, don't we? Where do I want to put this? I don't want to put it too close because they tend to steal all the grains directly from the threshers. So we need to have it a little bit further away. Oh, I didn't... Hello, I didn't put down a storage area for flax. No wonder they are throwing it everywhere. Can't have that. Can easily do a line in here as well. Yeah. Utilize the space. Right. So let's see, where do we want to put this? Not too close to the threshers. Okay, this seems fine. We need to have a fairly large baking industry, to be honest. You guys need to gather more mud because we are going to need 250 per oven. Place down a few. I'm going to pause all but one at a time, so let them build one at a time. We just you know, open up for building more as we need it. There you go. Get rid of those trees. It's such a view block, isn't it? So this is why it's important to have the overflow storage options. Because when the first set you built needs repairs, they need somewhere to put the content. And if you don't have that, it means it goes out in the loose and people can eat it. They would have eaten up the beets in a heartbeat if you didn't have it. So it's a good idea to always have overflow for the overflow as well, just to be sure. When it is on hardcore, you cannot afford to have years without maximized farms after year 3 or 4 and perhaps 5 if you're in a really good seed locality for wild produce. We do seem to have okay amounts of hazelnuts though, and that is always the lifesaver wherever we go, isn't it? It has always been the lifesaver. And we also have I informed the devs quite a while ago, to be honest, that Spain and England was very punished with either having no rose hips at all for many years and then getting only a few, or they only had a few and never really got any more. So they have increased that tremendously, so now we can have really nice clusters of rose hips in England as well as in Spain. So, you know, one would think that Spain would have a lot more, but somehow they do not. It's really weird. They have the correct amount on the other food types, but rose hips seem to have gone away somewhere. You know, it's not quite right that they have less than northern Norway, for instance, or not northern but Norway at all. So yeah, or at least it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right for me. Anyway, they have increased it tremendously. So rose hips in a lot of the European places we play now are back to again being a staple, which is what it should be, along with hazelnuts. So now we have 2 staples again, because we did have quite a few months without 2 staples. We only had 1 staple, which was of course hazelnuts. So yeah, there won't be a lot of fiddling with the hazelnuts because they are lifesavers when things go bad. We need to have one emergency oh shit thing, you know, we have to have it. Because it's frustrating playing for weeks with a tribe. You have it up to like 200 population, and then suddenly one year it get fucking decimated because the farms did not produce enough because of the cold, or because of too much heat, or you forgot to lock your storage area, so the tribe ate up your seeds, etc., etc. There's so many things that can go titty up, and there are so many things that goes titty up unless you pay 100% attention to absolutely everything. So it's it can be hard work, can't it? Right, let's see how we're doing. So yeah, you can see they are going for the beets. They love the beets, don't they? Even though it has not that much calories, it's a medium liked food, or a medium calorie rich food, which means it should be medium liked, but it seems to be very liked. So yeah, right, so one oven at a time. Get it up, get it up. I also worry that we might extinct the animal population here, because when we go low, we're going to go really low in springtime now, end of winter, springtime, and then we're going to have to rely on the fishing and the hunting to keep up with the food needs, and I fear we are going to extinct the animals, and that is never a good idea. In a migratory tribe, you can get away with it, you just migrate, but here we are sedentary, we cannot get away. So yeah, so I do worry about that. So it's more important than ever that to get up the farms so we can avoid the complete extinction of several species of prey in the area. Yeah. So I'm checking to see if we can get away with these work hours. Yeah, we're down to the 20s in lack of housing. So looking to see if we can get away with having higher work hours for a longer period of time, because now they have proper prey options, like strong prey options, plus more and more housing. There is only a handful now that is sleeping by the fireplace. So you will still see a handful of people with unhappy faces. And then now I just need to make sure that the work hours is not hammering them too much. You can get away with it for quite a few days, and then suddenly they will explode and leave. So need to be careful under any circumstance. Because we don't want them to leave because we are playing poorly. You know, we don't want them to leave because we are doing something wrong as such. We are still on the device of the seeds of the locality, though. If there is no wild produce to harvest, there is no wild produce to harvest. And this is the thing that is random, that you can't control. You cannot see before you plonk your tribe down. How is this locality? It will show itself as the years go by. So it can go well, it can go medium, and it can go really bad. So far it seems that it's looking okay. You know, we do have all the crop types, we do have all the other wild produce. It's just some are low in amount. The amount of honeys is quite okay here, but berries and mushrooms are really low, so we can't rely too much on those. It will be the nice little trickle, and that's it. So yeah, let's get the farming right as quickly as possible. Let's have a look. We probably should go and have some fun with these. Let's get some more food. Let's get these. Right. Oh, these are still fearful from last time we raided them. We can trade a bit, can't we? We have plenty leather. So they're asking for thingy. You can't have thingy. You won't get my fine raw stone. The exchange rate is too poor, I think. Because fine raw stones you will only get in a certain amount every year, so let's not overdo it. To make sure that my raiders get out quickly, I'm just prioritizing group above communal tasks at the moment. Oops, I thought I clicked. Let's place the reed close to where the reed is needed to be as well, and not only in the middle. Quite a lot of wheat here, isn't it? I don't think we're going to manage to thresh it all until the next season starts. Let's get more storage areas for these crop types, because I still see there's plenty left out of also the wheat. So let's get that here as well. That should do it. That'll do it. How are you guys doing? Okay, yeah, you're out and about. And so are you guys. Yeah, good, excellent. Well, we're certainly getting there, slowly but surely. Oh, for heaven's sakes! Get out! Get out! Well, you will be sausage, so there you go. See, the nature is taking back a lot of the farm spaces, which is a new change. I'm not saying I love it, but I will say that it is realistic, because it does happen. Oh, that's okay. We paid with 3 people. See, I don't mind lowering the population by this type. We can do this. We are not killing any kids, so there. Oh, you got quite a way to go, don't you? Yeah. But these are soon home. Good, good. They changed commodity as well, I see. We're probably going to steal that as well. We're going to raid everyone. I think we're going to raid everyone. So also, what a lot of people don't remember, or perhaps not even know, is that if you're pounding a tribe with raiding, they change their commodity sooner, because they run out, you know, when you raid them too much. They will of course move away from you, so they're all in a big pile in one corner in the end, but hey, you need to survive, don't you? Oh, that one is a bit close, but there was a stone in the way, so I couldn't move it further back. So we're doing well on the houses for sure. There shouldn't be a lot, if any, unrest because of lack of housing, because they should rotate really well now, because there's so much housing. And the percentage that still need a place to sleep is so low. Yeah, so there's not going to be any stress. We're not going to stress with housing. We're going to build it as we get the material, until we have housing for everyone, and then they can rotate between the good and the bad. Of course, we can get away with that. We don't have to have all exemplary housing. We can have a nice mix. And in most cases we actually should, to not tax too much on a type of material, for instance straw. So this is why we have reed, and also why we're still using pelt huts, although they are in minority in comparison to reed and straw huts, because obviously the sleeping quality is much poorer. Okay, we have a few that we lost in combat. Not too many. We lost 3 so far. But then again, we have people getting... Oh no, leave! Well, it's not far off until the fences are done, and then whatever is left inside will not survive. Oh, that was a bit poor. We lost 4 people for a handful of... Oh, we got a few of those as well. They changed commodity as we were raiding them. It happens. I'm okay with that. I don't mind a mixed loot coming home. When we have so little unrest, we can, in a pinch, open up the bone storage for people to eat. But we should try to avoid it as much as possible. But we might have to do it here, because it's going to be tight with the food soon. Absolutely. Yeah, so let's do the fishing. Max up the fishing. So there's a lot of playing around with the policies to make sure it always fits the needs that the tribe has. So you need to be comfortable with what the policies do. If you are unsure about the policies, experiment to see how tribe behaves pending where you place the policies. That's a really good way to learn, by the way. Let's continue tormenting our neighbors, stealing their food and everything. Let's get them well off. There you go. Yep. Get rid of any animals in the fields, because when there's skeletons and stuff in the fields, they won't till them, the area where they are laying, so we need to remove those. Let's have a look and see if there are any gaps in the fencing. We should be alright. Okay, so there's not a lot left to do now. Almost there. Yep. Look, there's the splice. Is that a word? No, I don't think it's a word. It's a Norwegian word, splice. You know, where you put together things, because there was a hole there. Yeah, I'm probably using it wrong anyway. Anyway, there was a hole and I put in another section and it looks weird. Get out! What the heck? Why are you not running? You're supposed to have... There you go. You're supposed to have fear of humans. You just stood there, doing nothing. Well, they are threshing, and they're not slow at all, but we have a lot of wheat that needs to be threshed. Nature's kind of taking over everything, isn't it? You can see there's a lot to clear when they are going to start tilling. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Only lost 2. Yeah. So it is a legitimate way to slim down your population without killing your kids, because kids will not go do any kind of raiding. It is only those adults, of course, and those elderly who are in work age that will go do raiding. If the elderly are not in work age, then they will not go do raiding. But if we could choose, then I would have a lot of elderly not in work age raiding, because that would be the most perfect way to get rid of excess population, wouldn't it? Brutal, but there you go. So look at you. Yeah, we need more Neolithic to get the roundhouse, so we just have to take them in and then send them out on raids and hope that it is the Mesolithic dying. Gosh, I'm a horrible leader. I'm a tyrant and a slave driver. Yeah, not apologetic about it. It is what it is. Okay, another oven is ready to be used. Now we just need to make sure that they don't go steal all the grains directly from the threshers, or we could have issues. This is something I wish we could do something about, because even though we have high priority on the storages and they are the closest, they will still go and steal a bit. So if it gets too bad, I'm going to lower the priorities on the mills, because that's shit sorted. So that's an okay way to do it, but it also means, of course, that people would choose to go work there less in comparison to other communal tasks, and I don't particularly like that. But there are ways to circumvent it. You can put all the other communal tasks on default as well. There is, yeah, always something you can do if it gets too bad. Several ways to sort stuff. Also, that's why it's suddenly red again, yellow again, because a lot of houses need repairs. Let's chuck down some more. We can squeeze in 2 here, can't we? They are going to be dismantled later anyway. Anywho. But at least so far straw is not an issue, because we do have 3 maxed out farms with wheat, which means a lot of straw. We just need to make sure that we're not gonna starve to death. And we do that by sneaky raids, good trades, good trading deals. Unfortunately, if we are going to have a famine, it will be the kids who suffer the most. Kids have the lowest health. Look, there's a new plant we've had for a while. It has a name, I just can't remember it. It's got lovely yellow flowers, but it's not edible. It doesn't do anything. So it's decorative only. Still a few yellow faces. Not too worried, because the overall is green. If you think about the economy on wheat, so 4 sheaves will give 2 grains, and 1 unit of flour needs 2 grains. So 4 sheaves grants 10 bread, which means it's 2.5 bread per sheaf. That is quite good economy, to be honest. That is quite good. It's the best. But we already knew that, didn't we? You get the most food from wheat if you process it. It also has the highest calorie count of all the food we have in the game. Okay, Okay, so it's almost time to do farm work again. So when the raiders that we sent out now is coming home, or are they home already? Anyway, when they're coming home, we're not going to send out more until the farm work is done. But now we need to open up a bit to give people other options to eat, and to also let the mills do some milling to get more bread. Because we have quite a bit of seeds, don't we? Still a lot of wheat that is not processed, and also quite a bit of flax. Can you not get out? You might not be able to anymore. Yeah, you are. You can run out, I'm sure of it. How old is she? Oh, we won't be able to do anything with the work hours. That is a curse. That is something we have to work around, because now I'm not sure we're going to manage to do all the farms in time. We should. Oh, never mind. We're good. We're good. Ish. We're good-ish. I would want more work hours, higher work hours, but we will take what we get. Anything is better than the default. So when farming starts, ideally your leader should allow you to increase work hours. Okay, so now it's no grazing time, which means that we will have more animals coming to us, which is really shitty, because now we're going to start tilling, and the more animals we have running over the farms, the more retilling and replanting we need to do. Waste of time, waste of seeds. Yeah. So note to self, make 2 fence builder groups and not only 1, because 14 is not enough if you're going to do 8 maxed out farm sizes plus your threshers and your storage inside as well. It takes time. Yeah, I see that horse running wild back and forth. He might actually not be able to get out again. So he's trying to get away. Yeah, I don't think he can get out. Anyway. So quick, so quick. So the clearing went pretty quickly, didn't it? It didn't spend a full day even. So it's always when you first place down the farm that you need to clear the most, because the entire area is likely to be full of growth that you need to remove. Trees, bushes, you know, plants, weed, grass, tall grass, normal grass. That's 900 cells that needs to be worked on, and one person can do roughly 30 cells each per day on default work hours. So they will of course do a bit more since we have higher work hours. Now we need to get these crops done. We need to thresh them. Come on guys. I'm gonna assign a few to a group. don't have to be many. Just have it constantly done is a good idea. Well, you can see they are threshing with regular intervals. There's always someone threshing. It just seems so slow, doesn't it? Okay, so now planting started with the beets as well. And you can crop the peas area. Okay. We should be okay. We should be okay with the seeds. Need to watch these storage options like a hawk. We must have enough seed, otherwise we are, you know what we are very dead. I am just waiting for a famine. I'm a little bit surprised that nobody has died yet from starvation. I wonder what I should do with those fences. Should I just remove the bottom ones and add another row, because we do need more to feed between 200 and 230 people. We do need 8 farms, and we need at least 6 of them to be wheat. Yeah, need some planning. I need to make sure I'm not running out of weapons or tools as well. There's nothing more perplexing when you start tilling and you get the warning that you don't have enough tools in your stew. You have 75 wooden spears when you need 240. That's panic time. I'm going to prepare just in case we're going to have a famine, because we have so little food, and I have to prioritize the farms or everyone dies next year instead of this year. Yeah, just have to do it bit by bit. Why are you unhappy? Yeah, the usual. I've gotten away with having work hours quite high for quite a few days. If you have enough comfort for them, you can get away with quite a few days. Oh yeah, have you been eating seeds? You have, haven't you? Yeah. You have been eating flax grains. And that's what we get when we eat flax grains. You could go eat the meat, or the rose hips, or the nuts, or the honey, or the fish. Well, that just means I need more storage options. Otherwise they will go to the next, to the next, to the next. One who has the least queue. So that's on me, I'm afraid. But I can get away with it because they have no other high unrest, and nothing that a good night's sleep in a good hut won't sort. So it is a balancing act, and it is quite micromanagey, to be honest. But this is kind of what I want. I quite like it. Okay, so let's get going. Didn't I remove those? This happens all the time. on the farms you have the wild nature growing back again, so you need to constantly crop, chop, cut, gather, etc. It's quite realistic though, isn't it? Okay, so it only took 5 million years to complete the fence. I should have used 2 groups, or I should have just used stone. I find stone so much easier to work with as well than any of the stick ones, and now rope ones. So if you're slow repairing your stick and rope fence, and it goes to yellow and it goes a few ticks down, then you need to redo the sticks as well, and not only the rope. So I need to make sure that I have enough people on the task, because I certainly didn't. 14 people doing 5 gazillion tasks, a bit much. Let's see how it goes when I put the threshers in a group. Maybe I need to put them all in a group, or the majority, because when farming starts, then I will put group priority much higher than the usual, communal task priority, because I must make sure that my farms get done. Let's add a storage option for the flour. Flour decays so fast, it's halfway ridiculous. Is that a word? Halfway ridiculous? Well, it is now. Anyway, it's on logs as well, so you don't have to go so far to replenish the ovens. The ovens used to cost sticks, but you had to repair them once a day, and it got really annoying. So I asked if we could replace them with something else, and then we got logs. Now they last for many days, which they should, just like the fireplace. The fireplaces as well now have logs. They used to have sticks before as well, long time ago. The game is constantly changing. It's never the same all the time. There are changes to this and changes to that. When I started playing, the way the storage options worked was that the higher priority you had on the storage options, the more your gatherers gathered. So that was quite amazing. But of course, that's not what we do anymore. No, you guys are Mesolithic. I can't use you guys. Doesn't matter what skills you've got. Oh, I do like that she have thingy, but I can't take Mesolithic. We are trying to get roundhouse, okay? Okay. Go to the next village. It will probably take you. I cannot. So I still do not have enough farms to feed everyone, so we still have to rely heavily on wild produce. Luckily, the devs increased. There was a reduction in trees that the devs did, and with that they also reduced the hazelnuts quite a bit. And of course I noticed it, because I normally calculate how much I can manage with so and so many amount of wild produce, bushes, trees, etc. And I couldn't get my maths to go up. And it turns out that the hazelnut is of course counted as a tree, so hazelnuts were reduced as well. So to fix that and not mess up what he did with the other trees, the dev added, instead of 0.1 or 1.0 per day per tree, he added 1.6. So then he kind of added almost a full tree again per one tree, which is what we can see with the amount of hazelnuts we can get. But we still have a reduction, although it is small every year, but it still is one very small. Can't have too high reduction, otherwise we're dead ducks in year 2, because there's no way you can manage with 200 people to get 8 maxed out farms within one season. That's not going to work. Not going to work. But at least I have shown you that this is definitely possible. I'm going to play a few more years though. I'm not going to stop now, because I want you to see how it is when you have 8 farms, which is, according to my calculations, what you need to keep between 220 and 240, 50-ish people alive, which is the soft cap, of which I, of course, I'm going to push those limits, of course. I mean, it wouldn't be me if I didn't. So I'm going to see if I can manage to get them up to 300 population with 12 to 16 farms. It's going to be a lot of farmers. I will fail a lot before I eventually get the hang of it. It's rare that, you know, when there are big changes in the game, that you just do it and get it right immediately. Oh no, can't use you, sorry. I still look at them though. I still look at them, see what they've got. We need to get some livestock soon. Why we're not getting any livestock? What is this? Dude. I would like cows. Cows get like gives yeah, it's 8 to 10 milk, pending their biology, their grades. Damn. I'll take that any day. So let me see, just making sure we can save enough seeds. So the beets are almost ready for harvest, which can feed a few. And yeah, also we need to remember to send out the raiders and the traders on a regular basis. And what I'm also going to do, if there are several tribes that is trading away the same commodity, I am going to ravage them so that they change their commodity to something else. I do that only in emergencies. Otherwise I just normally let them be and just trade peacefully. But on hardcore you need to exploit every option you have to feed your people, at least until you've got all the farms you need for your population. Yeah. Right, let's get those back to flax again. Okay. So as far as I can see, people are doing fine. There is no big unrest or something that is nagging on any of them. Nothing that a good night's sleep is not sorting. There's just a few percentage that lack proper housing, but they are rotating fairly well, so I'm not worried about that. But we are of course going to get them all housing bit by bit, but food is always important. So we'll look, see. So these we can trade with to get rid of all our leather. That's an option. And those we are of course going to borrow some food from, that they will never get back. That's my evil laughter. Dude. Okay, let's get going. So I put down the communal task priority very low so that the groups have more people, and until I can send them off, because when they're off, then they're off, and I can go back on the communal task policies. So it is a lot of fiddling with the policies, and a lot of watching over the storage areas and the locking of them and the unlocking to avoid people dying from starvation. But I am prepared. I've made extra graves in case we go into a famine. It wouldn't surprise me, because we have very little to go on. It's basically from hand to mouth, basically. And I do think we are soon gonna go very low on reed. So we need more Neolithic so we can start building the darn round houses. Because we will forever have enough, gosh, I can't remember the word. Straw, for heaven's sakes. Yeah, I need to go to sleep. That's what I need, to sit up half the night doing videos and playing games. Ah well, such is life. So we will have like on average between 2 and 3k of straw every season. So also when we are removing some of the normal big straw huts, we will go down drastically on the usage for repairs and build, because we are of course going to replace it with the roundhouse, which only takes 150 and then needs like 50 to 70 to be repaired, in comparison to 150 and 170 to be repaired with the big straw huts. So that goes without saying. And animals will get nothing but straw, and if they cannot survive on straw, I will kill the small animals. I kill all males except one, and I go for cattle only, if I ever get a flipping cow. I haven't seen a single animal. I will have to protest very hard if I don't get one soon. At least one animal. Come on. You're not supposed to not get any, you know. You're supposed to get a steady stream. But no steady stream for me. Right. I keep going back to check the storages to save everything. But basically, if you are not very fond of all the micromanagementy things that you kind of need, at least to start with, on our big hardcore tribe after you've migrated, you could start with a much smaller tribe as well. You could deny the majority of your migrants so that your tribe is smaller, and then you can build it up with much less stress. When you start with 200 plus like I did, you don't have a lot of options other than to ignore most everything else apart from getting your farms up. I think I will basically remove the fences soon, because as soon as they will start needing a repair, then I'm going to lose a lot of workforce to it, and I don't want to do that. I need them all on the farms, at least until all 8 farms are done. I think I'm also just going to stay with 1 flax farm, because it seemed to do the trick. I might be cocky now. I might be a bit cocky. Let's get away any trees that can cast shadows. Do not want those. Yes. I swear I've removed these before. Have they actually grown back already after a year? That's darn quick. Oh well, I'll just cut them again. This one too. I left this one out on purpose because I wasn't sure if it was a fruit bush or fruit tree. So, but now we see it is not. It ain't fair food. Let's start stuff here. We need more. It's got to be done. So this is the second wheat group. The more spots you have, the more difficult it is to hit exactly 30 or whatever number you want on the work spots. Okay, let's max it out. Ta-da! We won't be able to crop a lot, but we can help with some of the gathering and the chopping of trees. I'll take that any day. And the second group of beats as well, with 30 people. But we've seen 30 people can easily do 2 farms, because on fast they can only manage 1, because they have only 3 days, while on slow we have 9. So in theory they could actually manage 3 farms. I'm going to do some testing on that at a later point. Is that a beehive? No. And see how it goes. Oh, I forgot to give those in designation. There you go. Yeah. Okie dokie. We're of course going to do the peas as well. The bees. Peas pulses. So the plant is a pulse, and the seed or the fruit is a pea? No? I don't know. Is that a thingy? No. A thingy means a stub with a beehive in it. You guys need to learn to talk thingy if you're going to communicate with me. If I don't remember the word, I say thingy. There you go. This needs a little bit of help because there's a lot of trees here, isn't it? Just need to see if there's anything here that is food bearing. No, looks okay. Okay, you need to go up. There you go. And the last one, it will be a mix of flax and peas again, or only wheat. I think maybe I should just put to wheat. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to add this one to wheat. I'll just change name to fit later. We need to get them cleared first, and that won't happen first. It will take a season to clear properly because I don't have enough people to clear everything in one foul swoop. Even if I use the clear task, oh my word, I can't get 30, there you go. Even if I use the clear task, I cannot afford to put the communal tasks high enough for everyone to go do it. So there. Yeah, good amounts of beets coming in. 225. Maybe I should consider send out some raids to lose a few. Because we don't have enough to feed to 225. We just don't. Give them a bit of help. Yeah. I really should remove the bottom fence, shouldn't I? But I can't afford to not have fences because there's still quite a bit of wild animals in the area. I might regret this. Might regret it. Horribly. But it's nothing we can't do anything about. Let's oh, you are for threshers. I'm going to make a second fence group. I think. See if that goes any better. I can't quite make up my mind if I should do just 2 groups to take care of all the fencing, or if I should just go for stone and use the stone collecting group. Because that's what I normally do. Yeah. I mean, like before we had the builders group, that's what I normally did. Because I feel that it's so easy to gather and keep a lot more stone than it is to gather and keep a lot more sticks. And also ropes take fiber, which you also need for your baskets and for your ropes and for your bows. So there needs to be consideration into what is best for the tribe to use. How many? Yeah, 2%. We're getting there. Definitely. I'm going to keep the work hours down for now. I'm going to put them up if I can, when planting starts again, because that's when it's critical that we have enough people. Because when you have so few people in comparison to the need you have of people to do the farm work, you will have that everyone is doing the farm work and nobody's doing anything else. So there will be no repairs done, no materials coming to camp. And this is quite common the first few years in a very large tribe when you start farming. But it is also making it more difficult for you. If you want it easier, you should not start with 200. You should start with a maximum 100, 150 perhaps, because it's easier to feed those and to get things done. Oh, I can build over that one afterwards. It's easier to start and to feed everyone when there are much fewer, obviously. That goes without saying. And you will need fewer farms. And it's also easier to then incrementally increase the farms based on your population. Yeah? So starting with 200 is not the best idea on hardcore. You can get away with it, of course, on... well, I can do those two as well. Okay. Yeah. I will fix the farms later. So you can get away with starting with 300 if you like on beginners, or even 400. But hardcore is a little bit different. Actually, it's a lot more different. Yeah, those are ready to be harvested. Go, go, go. I'm gonna wait till we have enough to do the other one first of the mud things. We don't have time to fiddle with it, and we have enough ovens as we have at the moment. And we can just add it later, open it up again later. It doesn't run away. It's no big deal yet, but of course it is a lot smarter to have ovens enough to cover that all seeds become bread. But that's not going to happen for a while, because we need to just feed them whatever we have when late winter and spring, because that's the famine era, famine time, definitely the famine season, because there's basically nothing in the wild and everyone is busy doing farms. Everyone. Oh, why do I always have the wrong one? I always do that, don't I? It's one of my trademarks. Okay. Just let them work in peace. I'm not going to add anything while farm work is happening, because it's bound to be delayed no matter. Plenty mud we can work with. Yeah. Let's see who we can torture now. No. Oh, hello. We might come for a small visit, a very small visit. I don't like listening to them when they're raiding, because when the tribe they raid are screaming, you know, like they're properly raided, like there's bad things going on, which there is. So I feel bad when I listen to them. So I never listen to them. But I do listen to those who trade, because that's peaceful sounds, isn't it? I'm pretty sure I removed that one as well at some point, and that one too. So we definitely do need to get fencing for the other ones, otherwise the animals will come, or my estimation is that we will extinct animals within 2 years. So maybe there's no point in doing the fences right now, but when we have full control and the farms are producing enough for the population, then we can add stone fences. We could do that. I could also just remove these, to be honest. I might actually do that. I might. I can't stand watching the fences bleeding, needing repairs for months in and months out, because I keep the tribe so busy they don't have time for anything but getting food, and that's it, and keeping up the comforts, the housing and the fireplaces. But you know, my grandma says it can't be painful enough if you do it to yourself. So I shouldn't complain, I should just do it. Just do it. Let's have a look, let's just help them out. And let me see, yeah. There you go, now I covered all of them. That's more cells. Let's see, how did you... Yeah, you had that one there. So then we're gonna do... and cover it. Ta-da! There you go. And that one will not be used for anything. You just as well remove it because it's a stone there, so it will never be done. I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah. So, no use. Okay, what else was there? This one, no, that can't. That one is fine. The stones won't be able to be moved. Look at all the peas that needs to be harvested. I use the clear task for the rest of the tribe to help out. Oh, dude. Okay, that one. No. Okay, there's a stone there. Okay, never mind. There you go. Let's see if this one can be... These two can be covered, because there are two there. Yeah, but there's a stone as well, so that one can't be covered, so that could just as well be removed. There you go. And that one needs to be done, yeah. Good. But now I can't do that one. Why? What? Let's try again. That was weird, wasn't it? There's probably something growing up underneath. Well, we'll have to go over it later then, when it's grown up. There you go. I feel like I'm focusing constantly on keeping an eye on farms and locked storages and people's unrest and people, you know, complaining about stuff. There's just so little food in hardcore. There's just so little. Oh my word. Okay. Small trickles. They didn't change, which I don't mind. They did not change the commodity, which is good, because we want them to have food so we can continue to harass them. Because that's what it is. We are basically harassing our entire neighborhood. They're all going to end up in a small corner in the end, in a big lump. As far away from us as possible. Lilly the Menace. It wouldn't be wrong. Right, so the fences are going. The bottom one I'm taking away because we need to, of course, extend it further down. So let's see if my tribe can keep up. I removed some of the members, but you can see we're suffering already, so we might actually just delete all the fences. I will see how it goes, if I can manage to catch up, because we're still trying to catch up with the farming, aren't we? I mean, we're in year 3 now. Yeah, and there's so much to consider and so much to do that it does take time. But we have a really good start, and we haven't had a famine yet, although I still fear there will be a famine around now. So we'll see. There's a little bit of fishing and a little bit of hunting going on, but not much else, so we have to rely on farm foods. Or it's that or starvation, because the wild produce is not enough, not even close. It did help to put the threshers in groups though, so I'm going to continue to do that, because it went fairly quickly, because that's their only task, isn't it, to repair and produce, and that's it. You just have to see how far they get on the addition, the extra 2 farms. I assume one will easily be done, but I don't think we can get both of them, both of the types we added. Let's see what you guys have got. Oh, you're Neolithic. You are coming with me, definitely. Definitely. And like I predicted, we are running out of reed in this area, because we still don't have round houses, so we have to rely on reed for quality housing. So I'm going to delete a few of them and then build straw instead, because they are just -3 in sleep quality, so it's not too bad. And we are so close, so close. We do need another 1 or 2 packs of 5 to 7 migrants, I think. Then we should be there and thereabouts. So the bigger tribe you have when you start in the Neolithic timeline, you will be, you're 100% Meso until the first Neolithic influences start coming. But when you are such a high population, it takes so much Neolithic influence to get anything. So if you want to not have to wait for everything with regards to Neolithic influence, you shouldn't have such a high population when you start the Neolithic era. So then you just basically decline whatever migrants you don't need. In the Mesolithic timeline, you don't need to accept all the migrants. You can just be nitpicky and take those that increases the value of the tribe with regards to their traits and their skills. And then you can reject the rest as well. It's not like we must accept all the migrants. We are allowed to reject them, and we kind of should, shouldn't we? We should. I played this tribe both with keeping population down, like this one here. I started Neo with 200 population, and then I also did it without keeping population down, and then I'm starting Neo with 400 population. But it is not possible to survive starting Neolithic farming with 400 people, because you will basically empty out the locality within 2 years, and you need more than 2 years to get 16 farms up and running. So it's not possible. But what is possible is that you start with 200, which I've just proven, and then you incrementally increase the farms with the increase of population. So that is the way to actually survive having 400 people in the Neolithic timeline on hardcore, with all the changes, because you can do it, but it takes a lot of work, a lot of micromanagement, and a lot of insane control on absolutely everything. And you need to know exactly how to use the policies and how they are in relation to each other, affecting your tribe and the environment. If you do not have that insight, you will not make it, because you have to fiddle a lot with the policies. Yeah. So you can do it, but you need to work very hard for it. A lot of people choose to play the game because it's relaxing, so they choose a more easy setting with beginners or expert for that matter. But those who like the challenge, like me, and like to push limits and do better and better and better, to beat the system basically, they will enjoy what I am doing, because I always try to beat the system. Is that food bush? Yeah, it is. It's a raspberry. So let's not cut that one. Okay, so now people are working on the farms. We'll see if they can manage all 4. I don't think so. I think they will have some left over to do, but I need to make sure that everyone is actually going to do farm work and not doing a ton of communal chores. You see, the wheat is almost completely gone, so that means that the group doing it is efficient. Let's have a look at you. Oops. Look at how valuable the raw stones are in comparison. But I'm not sure we should do this. No, I think we should just say hello, give food, give grain or die, or both. Well, I always lose people anyway, even if the tribe is fairly small, the one I'm raiding. I still lose 1 or 2 people. It's rare that I don't lose anyone. That is rather rare. But it is, if you live by the sword, you will also die by the sword. Or the flint spear in this case. Or the bow. Or the wooden spear. No, if they go with wooden spears, you are bound to lose a lot of people when you're raiding bigger tribes. So you need to have bows and flint spears, definitely. Do not even attempt it otherwise, because you will lose a lot of people. There's a bit of a dilemma in our tribe, because we need at least 240 to do the farms we have at the moment. No, we need more. No, we need 240. Don't we? Yeah. Anyway. But we cannot afford to feed 240. So it's a bit of an evil circle. We need to get the farms up. Oh, the defenses are annoying me now, because they all need repairs. Anyway, let's see how they're doing. Wow, the weather! Oh my word! What a lovely weather to be inside in. With the fireplace and cocoa or coffee. And cookies. I don't eat cookies. I don't like cookies. Isn't that weird? I'm a woman that doesn't like chocolate or cookies. I'm really weird. I know I am weird. But there you go. Let's see. Yeah, just keep harping on, just keep on working. No rest for the weary. Still lack reed, but you know, when I keep people so busy on the farms, they don't have people to go take any reed. Oh, I will take you. La la. Almost there. Okay, 1 more batch and then we can build the roundhouse. I'm still preparing for a famine. Well, you know, you might be cocky, but poof, all the food is gone and then you're not cocky anymore. And then you will have the children dying from starvation. And then you will have people leaving because we can't bury them because we don't have enough graves. Better safe than sorry. So I added another 20 graves just in case. Just in case. Okay, so the farm were not done. The 4th farm of wheat were not done. I changed the 2nd flax farm to wheat as well, because we don't need another flax farm. We have enough fiber, and nobody really likes the flax grains, and we don't have any animals yet, so we have nobody to give them to. just prepared to have a few more of the straw houses because I need to delete some of the reed because I can't keep up. There's just not enough reed in the area. Well, there is reed, however, my people are so busy they don't have time to walk along the river for half a mile. And they need to do farm work. I might actually continue playing this even after this playthrough and see if I can manage another 10 years, see if I can manage to get 300 population, who knows. You can see there are reed, there is plenty reed, but people don't have time to go gather it because I keep them so busy with the farms. But I have to do it. There is only a certain amount of time left before we have so little wild food that we can rely on, that it has to be done. So the good thing about both the prey and the fishing is if you stop fishing and stop hunting prey for a while, they will regenerate. For instance, all fish will be back within a year if you don't touch it. Yeah? And animals will regenerate. Not as much as they perhaps were when you started, but if you are focusing on only a few species at the same time, you could achieve a very good flocks that you can hunt intermittently and not always the same species. So it's a bit of knowing a little bit what you're doing. You could, if you are applying real life to how things work in the game, you will do very well. The same goes for a lot of the food, the wild produce as well, such as berries. If you don't peel everything, they will reseed and you will get more berries. Or the animals will eat them up. That could also happen. But we have had an insane reduction in the amount of food that any wild animal will eat. I think the reduction is, it's 75%. 75% is a lot. So I'm really happy with that. And you could see it immediately on at least the mushrooms, because the mushrooms along with the strawberries were the first things that the animals went for, because those were the things that were in season, often when the temperature was so low that the normal grass didn't grow. And then you could see them running in straight lines, all of them, the entire population, from mushroom to strawberry to mushroom, and it was ridiculous. Then I also saw the wild boars eating clams and fish, and I was like, dude, that is so wrong. I don't even know how to put it in words. We can't have it like this. The only animal that is known to fish regularly that we might get in the game is our bears. It's the only thing, isn't it? Bears are known to fish. They do it. They live off salmon for weeks at a time. Boars, not so much. And horses going after clams. That is just wrong. So, horses fishing, come on. Yeah, I'm not buying that. So, of course, they changed it. I mean, we need to use some logic here as well, right? It is supposed to be realistic, isn't it? To the degree we can make it realistic, of course. Of course. Right, how are you doing? Yeah. Almost there? Oh, we have little food left. But look, it's almost time to harvest the beets. So we are saved. We have saved another year. We have saved ourselves from famine by hunting like mad, fishing like mad. Well, it has to be done. It gots to be done. So this one wasn't done in time because it's the fourth one, yeah? Yeah, it just didn't get enough time to do it because it needed a lot of work, didn't it? Cutting of trees and everything, and it takes time. You know, the bigger the tree is, the more logs you get and the longer time it takes to cut it. It can take days, actually. So, yeah. I see there's the odd one with unhappy face. It's probably because they are impatient in the lines and going and eating some of the grains. and because some of them, when huts need repair, need to sleep by the fireplace. And after all these years, they are not happy about sleeping out in the fire by the fireplace. So I put the threshers up to max. I'm gonna let them deal with the majority of these threshers, basically. Just making a few changes. Look at this one. It needs repairs, but it has food inside it. And only one can do it at the same time. Repair, I mean. So it will take some time as well. That's fine. We do have food. And now we get beets as well, which people love. Let's get some fences repaired. I put up the communal tasks so that they should do it. Who can we ravage? Bone knife. We can just steal a few bone knives, can't we? See if we can make them swap their commodity, because we don't need bone knives. This is one way to force tribes to change the commodity. Take out something you don't want. Send them on send a few raiders out. You don't need a full group. Just send out a few raiders and see if you can force them to change commodity. These we are going to raid, because we traded first, didn't we? And now we are going to raid. See how that goes. It might go really bad, because we got a lot of honey last time, didn't we? They probably don't have anything left. Come home with 2 honey and 4 dead people. Seriously. Well, it is the risk you take, isn't it? It is a risk. Yeah. You know, you could get your entire tribe, or not tribe, your entire raid party wiped out. If you send them with wooden spears and 6 men doing a big tribe, you could eradicate them. You lose everything. You lose the weapons, you lose the people, you lose any loot you got, you lose everything. And a bit of pride as well, because you should have known better. Oh, yeah. Because I've taken down some of the population in the amount of work spots in the farming groups, because I do need to keep on top of the food, because we have so little food. It's ridiculous. We are cheek to jowl, basically. It's a good thing I prepared for famine, because I think we might be going into one unless we can get more food. I'm going to help them do these. It's not a lot. God, I hope I didn't take anyone that was not finished. I might have done. I might have done something really stupid. Stupid? We will find out. Good or bad, we will find out. Putting down the tasks again, the communal tasks, to make sure that the farmers get enough, because I have lowered the farm work spots overall. I will increase them again for planting. Not fond of what she was eating at all, was she? Yeah, well, grains, roots and bones are unpopular foods. It's just the way it is. You see, now it's time to start planting again, and I've upped the work hours as far as I was allowed to do, and I've also upped the work spots again, and I'm keeping the communal tasks on the middle so that we can constantly get food in. So what I did when autumn set in was that I made solo task groups to get whatever there was in the locality of hazelnuts. So we have been living off hazelnuts and fish and meat because I upped the hunter groups and I activated the fishermen. So you can see this is how I had to do it to survive. We had to empty out the nature's larder. So we are on top of food at the moment. At the moment, it can quickly go wrong though. It can very quickly go wrong. So I have neglected a little bit the repairs of some of the housing, but they can rotate on sleeping in the good ones. See, this one should, yeah, that one is ready too. So I think this is the first year where all farms will actually be completed. I think. Just need to keep an eye on the storages. Make sure that we don't lose any seeds to people who are hungry. They should eat the fish and they should definitely eat the meat. Look at all the amounts we gathered of food to survive planting season and spring. Because those are I mean, if we hadn't done it, we would have been in a famine now. So there are ways to survive, but you don't have a lot of years to do so. Because if you are constantly harvesting wild produce to the max, there will be very little regeneration in the end, you know. So yeah, need to be smart. I'm just going to let them work in peace and not do anything. I've paused those that need repairs, just waiting for time to get reed, and I've removed 2 of the reed huts because I think I can manage to keep up what we have left now. It's just that when you are trying to get all farms up, a lot of workforce goes to that, but you know, the year after there's very little to clear. It's only a little bit to clear in comparison to what it is the first time you are clearing, because then it's basically the entire field, isn't it? With trees and everything. So I think we're going to get on top by next year. We're going to be on top. Yeah, I need to be careful with the seeds. And nothing worse than coming to planting season and realise you don't even have... Oh, okay, we got 17. Did they change? They did. Excellent. They now have fish. More tribes to steal food from. This can only be good. Look at all the wheat that needs to be threshed. But they are working really well in the group. Yeah. They're quite efficient, these little ants, aren't they? Quite good. So the work spots are back up to 30 per farmer group. Because we have avoided a famine by reducing work spots and letting them get food instead. Fish, meat and hazelnut basically was the thing that was needed. So now we are harvesting. Almost all fields were done, almost all. Let's get rid of some of these trees that will block the sunlight to wheat. Wheat is extremely needy with sunlight, it seems. So we need to take away whatever is going to block a lot for a long time. We're starting to get a little bit of reed back into camp. So we are eventually, of course, going to repair everything that we have left now. Yeah, so I built a few extra huts, straw huts, so that when some need repairs, that we don't have people sleeping by the fireplace, because I need to have work hours as high as possible, as much as possible, including work age, because I need everyone to do their bit when planting season starts. You guys can focus now on sticks only, because we have very few sticks. So chopping some trees would also get sticks as well. So that's what we are also doing. 2 flies with 1 schmack. Getting both sticks for every repair needs and also logs. Yeah, I'm still prepared for famine. Plenty graves. It's such a pity that it's always the kids that go first. Such a pity. Why can't it be the elder ones who cannot work? Those who are like up to 70 years old. Look, we got all that honey. Pay attention now. It's basically all gonna be gone. And the first meal coming up now. They're gonna flock like mad because everybody loves honey. Look at that. They're all getting honey. I knew that would happen. It always happens. When you get honey, it goes away. It's eaten up within a day. 2 meals max and it's all gone. Okay, time to focus on tormenting tribes again. I guess I could force these to change their commodity by hitting them with a small raid. Those need to change from raw hides, because we will never need those. We might actually, if we extinct all the animals, we might need it. You are gonna get visitors. Very hungry visitors. Sorry, not sorry. Let's put the group task to max to make sure that the groups get off and away, and then I'll just put it back down again. You two have robes. There's a lot of robes. Let's get a few robes. We have enough now, don't we? We need to make sure that they get going. We also got migrants that brought something I cannot show you, but they also got with them a pig. So we have 1 pig. Yeah, I cannot show you what the migrants came with because it's not supposed to be public yet. Oh, I'm going to put that on the other side. So no, the pig did not come from the blue, out of the blue. It came with migrants, Neolithic migrants. So now we have a pig. That's it, and it's a male. Oh, look at all the wheat we need to thresh. Come on, girls. We have so much grain as well, don't we? There you go. I'm probably going to make more pits for the grains, for the wheat grains to place next to the mills. One step at a time. Oh, did I forget to remove that little one? I redid this because there was some holes and I forgot to assign it. That's very smart, Lily. Oh, there's a little stone there. I did the same again, didn't I? I redid it and I forgot to remove the stone cell because you can't do anything with it. You can't reach it. Just making sure there's there's a few there. So whenever there are things growing up, they will ruin the cell, or they can ruin the cell. So then you need to redo the farm, which is kind of like you do in real life as well. You need to remove the growth that is ruining the field, and then you need to redo the field, which is exactly what we are doing. And for me, every cell counts. all cells, all cell lives matter. Ouch. Okay, it's quite a few to repair now, and that one is going to go, and I'm going to remove the other one as well next to it, because those two are in my calculations that I should get rid of in order to be able to stay on top with all the others. So there. But we are getting there. We are getting in reed, slowly but surely. Let's have a look at you girls. One. Yeah, I'll take you. If you're Neolithic, you're mine. Not far off now. Next batch with more than one. I think we're going to get a roundhouse. Yeah, let's get it back on. So we can get some wheat threshed, because there's a lot of wheat there. And they don't last more than like a year, and when you thresh them, the seed will have the same decay as the wheat itself. In order to get rid of that decay, you have to mill it, and then you get rid of the decay by baking it, by making bread. Yeah. Let them eat peas. Oh, you're still doing ropes? Okay, fine. At least we got some free ropes. We didn't lose anyone, because the tribe we harassed were just tiny baby tribe. They had no chance against my warriors. My almost all female warriors. 4 females. Strong Amazons. There's so much food for the pig that I'm not too worried about the time it takes to get up the hay feeders, because he can just go in there and help himself with any hay that is available around all the threshers, because there's plenty of it. I should be smart really and place proper haystacks everywhere. So next year they will all be done, I think. Next season. I'm pretty sure. all the farms. There were a lot of trees to cut down on the last one there to the far right, wasn't it? The last wheat farm. It was like 8 trees they needed to do. No, he's not going to die before farming season starts again. He's only going to go older. Yeah. Good amount of food. I'm quite relieved, even though it's not necessarily food they love. There's a lot of grains, which I hope they will hurry up and make bread out of. Oh, that wasn't much, was it? And they changed to peltots? Nah. Not impressive at all. Let's get more of the mills, keep them more busy. I think I'm going to place down a few more of the pits as well with wheat grain assigned to them. Yeah, so there's a few straw huts that need repairs, but we have plenty straw, so that should not be an issue. Oh, look at that. I'm not hunting horses at the moment, so you won't be a sausage. But if you don't get the heck out of there, you will be sausage. Okay, so we have tons of wheat grains and quite a few of the flax as well. But of course they would prefer to eat everything else but that. But you know, beggars can't be choosers. You have to eat what we have and then just live with it, accept it. Otherwise you're going to starve. It's weird that they would rather leave the tribe or die from starvation than eat grains or, yeah. Well, they won't die from starvation. They don't choose to die, but they certainly choose to leave if they have to eat any of the disliked foods. Ridiculous. It's like they've never known hunger. When you are really hungry, you will bloody well eat anything. It makes me think about how privileged we are to, especially in Europe, I think, and other countries, of course, in comparison to those that struggle with either war or constant lack of food, bad government. Well, that goes for a lot of other countries too, to be honest. But it is easy to take a lot of things for granted, and we shouldn't really, should we? We should be really grateful for having such a good life, for us that do have a good life. Yeah. You know, when we are having it so well ourselves, we shouldn't so easily accept that others do not. It's food for thought, isn't it? Considering what goes on in the world today, so much suffering, so much injustice, greed and you know, dangerous people who don't give a toss about anyone but themselves. It's scary that they can come to a position where they can make so much decisions for their country. I just want us all to live in peace, to love each other and play with ancient cities. That's all I want. And of course have coffee and Baileys and potato chips and the odd bacon. That's all I want. Yeah? Is that too much to ask? I'm just glad I've got a roof over my head. I have enough food. Oh, I am privileged. We are, many of us, very privileged. It's easy to take it for granted though, isn't it? I don't want to do that. Let's get some mud so we can get the last oven up as well, because now we've added 2 more mills. Yeah, go. So the food is going down and down and down. But I think we're okay. I think we are okay, because the calorie count in the grains are more than doubled to what it used to be. So they barely eat like 0.25 units of grain each. So 1 unit of grain could feed 4 people ish. Just checking that all the farms are being worked on. So that is the goal, you see. So the fences pissed me off, so I deleted my fence groups and I deleted the fences. No fences. We are, you know, extincting the... Is that a word? Extincting? No. We're making the prey become extinct. We are hunting everything to survive, and we have started our first roundhouse because we got another set of migrants, which I could not show you because they brought things that you're not supposed to see. So yeah, I had to skip a bit. So we started the roundhouse, but we cannot make any dairies or lumber mills, so we cannot make the clay container. The clay container is fantastic. We've also gotten the amount it can hold increased by 25%, so it can now hold 125 in comparison to only 100. Yeah, so that is good too. Let them work in peace for a bit. So the patch notes, of course, are not at all mentioning everything. A few things that not everyone is aware of. On the longhouse, both doors are now enabled for people to go inside and eat and craft. Normally it was just one door, the shorthand door, that could be used for these purposes. And you also have that you can now place farms in more steep slopes. Yeah. And we also have that people are now preferring to not be out when it's either very cold snowing or very cold raining. So they will seek shelter or go sit by the fireplace or get away from the coldness. So that is also changed. Yep. Look at that. Look at them going with their threshing the wheat. And I added 4 new haystacks next to it so that we should get it off the ground to keep it longer. How are you doing? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're going. Yeah, I knew that those were going to come home with very little after we had traded them once, and they changed to biofaces now. Well, we can steal those as well, I don't mind. It just takes such a long time before their fear goes away. If you raid them when they have fear, you get basically nothing. It's just a waste. Just don't waste the workforce. And these we are going to trade stuff for, sure, because we have so much leather that needs to be used up in one way or the other. But I do think that we now have the tribe under control with regards to sleeping, with regards to unrest, with regards to food income. So I'm going to stop fishing and I'm going to stop hunting for at least an entire year, and then I'm going to do the species specific hunting only, and let some of the larger species get up to us, to packs, to hordes, to flocks, basically. Yeah, so we have succeeded. There were a few incidences where I did some mistakes that I shouldn't have done. For instance, I shouldn't have added so many reed huts, and I had to remove a few of them afterwards to keep up with those that were left. So this is a lesson that has been learned, and also to survive our sharp start as a Neolithic tribe with over 200 people, you need to also rely on raiding and trading. If you don't, you will have too little food. So raiding and trading has saved me, including making solo task groups in early winter to get all remaining hazelnuts into the camp, because they are high calories and people like them, so they will last a long time as well. So it's a really good idea to always do that if you don't have enough to go through the entire winter and spring of cultivated foods, because that will take some years to get done. So we are now in year 23. That means it has taken us 5 years to get everything up and running the way it should. You could probably use less time as well, but you need to be a smaller tribe. And everything is a balance act, and you need to pay attention constantly to the policies. And that is where this playthrough is ending. It has been fantastic again. This was also a learning curve for me, and not only for you guys to learn from me, but I also have learned a lot, and now I can't wait to push the limits and do up to 300 population in this tribe. And I'm also going to make a short tutorial about migratory lifestyle with 400 plus hardcore tribe, which is going to be our pain in the you know where. Yeah, so just keep in mind, when you are starting a big Neolithic farming tribe straight from the Mesolithic era with 200 plus population, you have to control the unrest. You have to have enough food. Those are the two things: control unrest and get enough food any way you can. Slaughter everything you can, fish up everything you can, raid, trade everything you can. Get up enough graves. By all means, do not let people lay out for more than 1 day, otherwise they will leave. Get up comfort, get up praying options, and get quality housing that they can rotate on. You don't have to have 100% quality housing for absolutely everyone. They will rotate. So prioritize comfort to avoid unrest, and food. Get the farms up, 1 or 2 farms per year. And use the policies wisely. You have to use the policies, otherwise you won't make it. Yeah. And last, thank you so much everyone for watching, and I hope you have enjoyed it as much as I did. It was a nail biting a few times, but we did manage it. We did make it success-ish. We did have a few bobs and a few mistakes, but nothing we can't adjust and nothing we haven't learned from. So within a week or so, I'm going to do the tutorial for the hardcore 400 migratory population. And then I might make another playthrough where I continue with this tribe to make it work with 300 population. And until then, have fun and take care.
It's got to be